Chapter 193 Chapter 193 The Great Sun Immortal Ascends to Heaven. _1. Chapter 193 The Great Sun Immortal Ascends to Heaven. _1. Monkeys, what are you playing here? Monkey jumped over and asked. As the other monkey demons explained, Wukong finally understood that there was an ancient mystic realm behind the waterfall. However, it was filled with danger and none of the monkey demons dared to enter. They even declared that whoever could bring them in would be crowned icing. Sigh, why does this seem a little similar to the story Master told me? Although that monkey is far inferior to me. Hee hee, fun. Monkey scratched his head. Although he felt that Sun Wukong was inferior to Xiao Wukong, he felt that it was quite fun to occupy a mountain and be king. When I'm bored, 1 foot 11 inches go and tease those ants in the divine world. Isn't that great? Let's do it this way. Monkey made up his mind. He flipped over and leaped over. And on this day, a flower fruit mountain with the same name was officially established. There were 2 sides to the story. In the courtyard, Long Ming and Xiao Longnu ate the roasted tiger meat skewers with oily mouths. What kind of food was this? How could it be so delicious? As Long Ming spoke, he grabbed another 10 skewers and stuffed them into his mouth. Xiao Longnu thanked him as she ate. Seniors is too delicious. Xiao Changtian had already contacted the Great Sun Immortal and asked him to send a few disciples over. They were just bandits, and they were no match for the disciples of the Great Sun Immortal. Besides, tomorrow was the great battle with the 4 symbol regions. Of course, he could not trouble the Great Sun Immortal for such a small matter. However, in a short while, the Great Sun Immortal arrived personally. You were looking for me? The Great Sun Immortal asked respectfully. Taoist Master Daong, why did you come here personally? It's just to deal with a few bandits. Just send a random disciple. Xiao Changtian asked curiously when he saw the Great Sun Immortal. It's fine. One just happened to have nothing to do. The Great Sun Immortal smiled awkwardly. Don't you have to prepare for a big battle tomorrow? Xiao Changtian asked again. The preparations for the great battle are complete. The Great Sun Immortal replied. Senior had even sent his own disciple on stage, and Senior had even personally held the fort. They only needed to discuss how to put on an act. I see. Xiao Changtian nodded. He was originally worried about the battle tomorrow, but when the Great Sun Immortal talked about this matter, he was extremely calm and seemed to not care at all. He instantly understood. It must be that the strength of the Great Sun Immortal was enough to wipe out those great emperors. The Great Sun Immortal is awesome. Xiao Changtian couldn't help but praise the Great Sun Immortal in his heart. Then 1 foot 11 inches have to trouble you to make a trip. These 2 people's tribes are being bullied by bandits. Please help them deal with those bandits. Xiao Changtian smiled. With the help of the Great Sun Immortal, it was as easy as killing chickens to deal with these bandits. Yes, sir. The Great Sun Immortal nodded. Long Ming, Xiao Longnu, the 2 of you should bring Taoist Big Sun over. Xiao Changtian said after seeing the 2 of them finish eating. Senior, those bandits are very strong. Long Ming did not know what to say. He felt that he could crush the Great Sun Immortal in front of him with 1 finger, but he couldn't reject the senior's request, right? Don't worry, Immortal Daong is stronger than those bandits. Xiao Changtian smiled. But? Long Ming wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Xiao Longnu. Senior brother, Senior must have a deeper meaning. We will just listen to Senior's arrangements. Xiao Longnu transmitted her quintessential essence to Long Ming. Is that so? Long Ming had a puzzled look on his face. However, as the master of the ancestral dragon, Senior was a supreme existence. How could he not listen to Senior? Then 1 foot 11 inches have to trouble Senior. Long Ming looked at perfected Great Sun with a suspicious expression. He felt that it was very difficult for this person in front of him to ascend to the divine world. No trouble at all, the Great Sun Immortal said with a smile. Very quickly. The three of them left the courtyard and came to the crack that the child had dug out. Where are we going? The great sun immortal looked at the crack in the void and revealed a puzzled expression. Senior, we come from the divine realm, so we need to go to the divine realm now. Xiao Longnu replied indifferently and instantly transformed into a huge white dragon. Senior, please come up. 1 foot 11 inches bring you to the divine realm. The little dragon said. This? The immortal De Yang was stunned for a moment. Senior was actually asking him to ascend to the heavens. F***CK. The divine realm was something that could only be reached by ascending. But now he could directly go up? The bandits that Senior had asked him to deal with were experts from the divine realm. Taoist Big Sun swallowed his saliva, but since it was a Senior's request, he definitely couldn't back down. He subconsciously used his spiritual will to communicate with the Nanming Ignis painting in his ring. After discovering that the Nanming Ignis painting was still in the ring, the immortal De Yang became more confident. Roar! After saying that, Long Ming turned into a huge white dragon. The two dragons flew together towards the crack in the void and entered the divine world again. At the same time, White Dragon Clan. At this moment, they were under the intense attack of the Black Door. Countless snakes were like a tide, charging towards the White Dragon Clan. In the air, two experts were fighting. Bang! As the two of them fought, countless cracks appeared in the sky, and the entire ground trembled. The surrounding areas cracked and exploded into countless fragments. Logan, where is your White Dragon Clan's holy maiden? Hand it over, I want revenge for me, blood too. Black Knight Sect's leader, Shibai Emperor, roared in anger. His body carried a terrifying aura, and a huge black python appeared behind him, as if it could devour the surrounding mountain range. In fact, his body was much bigger than the White Dragon Clan's deputy patriarch, Logan. How can you hand over the holy maiden of my White Dragon Clan just because you want her to? Dragonwave said angrily. The White Dragon Clan had been suppressed by the Serpent Clan for quite some time, yet they actually came knocking on their door this time. He, Dragonwave, was the first to disagree. You're courting death. Hearing this, Shibai Emperor was furious. The huge black python behind him directly bit down on Logan. Boom! Logan's White Dragon Soul clone still wanted to block, but in terms of cultivation realm, it was one level lower than Shibai Emperor. In an instant, it was sent flying. Vice Clan Leader. Damn it. The Black Knight Sect is going too far. It's not a loss to kill one member of the White Dragon Clan, but it's a profit to kill two. When the White Dragon race saw that their leader, Logan, was seriously injured, their eyes widened. When had their White Dragon race ever suffered such humiliation? They were the dignified Dragon Clan, but now, they were going to be exterminated by the Jiao Python Clan. Do you agree? No! Countless White Dragon Clansmen roared in unison. Their voices shook the heavens as countless dragon shadows appeared in the void. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Ancestor, Help. Underscore. Chapter 194, Ancestor, Help. I. Kill them. Furious roars sounded one after another, deafening the deaf and shocking the heavens and earth. The terrifying sound wave caused the small snakes crawling on the ground to explode, turning into a bloody mist. Black Knight Sect kill? Shibai Emperor snorted coldly. As a flood dragon, its bloodline was lower than the dragon race. The flood dragon had to undergo the transformation lightning tribulation before it could become a true dragon. However, now that the Dragon Clan had fallen, it was a good opportunity to destroy the White Dragon Clan and snatch the opportunity. Countless white dragon phantoms circled in the air. On the ground, countless Tingjiao phantoms also rushed into the sky. Blood splattered in the sky from this battle. Corpses were strewn all over the White Dragon Clan. There were corpses of white dragons and Black Knight Sect cultivators. Kill them. The deputy patriarch, Logan, who had been sent flying, also got up from the ground. Since this was a life and death battle for the White Dragon Clan, he could not care less. He burned his blood essence and trembled with Shibai Emperor. Time passed by. The entire White Dragon clan had turned into a sea of blood. The sea of blood flowed and emitted a bloody smell. Everyone who had fought to the point of madness had completely forgotten about themselves. However, the difference in strength caused the White Dragon clan to be like reeds in front of the Black Knight sect cultivators, easily snapped. Damn it. I hate it. Many White Dragon clan cultivators were covered in wounds of all sizes and their white clothes were stained with blood. They were thrown onto the square in front of them by the cultivators of Black Knight sect. Shibai Emperor stepped on Logan's head and stomped him under his feet. Where did Xiaolongnu go? Tell me honestly, or I'll kill all of your White Dragon clan. Shibai Emperor's expression was ferocious. After Snake Blood was killed, he had already lost his mind and fell into madness. According to the news, Snake Blood spent his last days with Xiaolongnu of the Dragon Clan. In your dreams? I, Logan, really hate you. Back then, the clan leader gave you so much kindness that you became what you are today, but you repaid kindness with ingratitude. Despicable. Despicable. Shameless. Logan cursed angrily. Old thing, do you want to die? Snake Emperor stepped on Logan's head even harder. Tell me, or I'll kill 100 of your White Dragon clansmen every 15 minutes. Shibai Huang waved his hand and pulled out 100 White Dragon clan cultivators. Behind him, the Black Knight sect cultivator's serpent soul clone was waiting coldly, as if it could devour the White Dragon clan cultivator at any time. Logan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Deputy Patriarch, don't say it. If we die, we'll only be insignificant to the Dragon Clan. The Holy Maiden is the hope of our White Dragon Clan. That's right. The future of the White Dragon Clan lies in the Saintess. If we die, so be it. The White Dragon Clan will never be threatened. Even though the White Dragon Clan cultivators were only a little bit away from death, they were all hot-blooded and furious. None of them surrendered. None of them were afraid at this moment. The Dragon Clan heard the shouts of the White Dragon Clan behind them. Even though they were stepped on by Shibai Emperor, they still let out hearty laughter. My White Dragon Clan is all good. There's not a single coward. Logan laughed loudly, his face filled with joy. Even though his White Dragon race had declined, his dignity as a dragon was still there. Attack! Hearing Logan's laughter, Shibai Emperor's gaze turned cold. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of phantom flood pythons rushed towards the 100 White Dragon Clan cultivators and devoured them. Stop! Suddenly, a dragon's roar sounded. In the sky, 2 huge white dragons floated and instantly descended. Holy Maiden, why are you back? The White Dragon Clan cultivator was shocked. If he returned now, he would definitely die. Xiaolongnu, why are you back? Hurry up and leave. Logan's laughter stopped abruptly. Xiaolongnu was born with the White Dragon divine body. The purest White Dragon bloodline flowed in her body. She was the hope of the entire White Dragon race. Vice Clan leader, don't worry. I've found an expert senior. He will help us. Xiaolongnu explained as she looked at Taoist Big Sunday. The great sun immortal looked at the phantoms in front of him. They were incomparably terrifying. His body could not help but tremble. There was nothing he could do. He was only a Saint King. In front of these deities of the divine realm, just their aura alone was enough to make him feel fear. Him? Haha, this is simply the biggest joke that I, Snake Emperor, have heard this year. Shibai Emperor sneered and stared at the great sun immortal with disdain. A mere Saint King realm, an ant from the lower realm. How could he help the White Dragon Clan? Unless there was a miracle. Xiaolongnu, let's go. A mere Saint King from the lower realm can't help our White Dragon Clan. Long Ming, quickly take your junior sister and leave. Long Bo roared. However, Shibai Emperor sent him flying with a kick, and the huge serpent phantom behind him pounced at Xiaolongnu. The flood serpent's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Not good. It's over. Once the Holy Maiden dies, our White Dragon clan will definitely be destroyed. Sigh, the heavens want to destroy our White Dragon clan. All the White Dragon clansmen present were in complete despair. Even the deputy chief, Logan, was no match for the Snake Emperor. With Xiao Longnu, the two of them, and a Saint King, there was no chance of survival. You should have obediently become my son's plaything, but you actually dared to kill him. Then prepare to die. Shibai Emperor said coldly. The black Jiao python opened its huge mouth and released waves of green poisonous gas. At the same time, its cold teeth revealed killing intent. Senior, please attack. Xiao Longnu cupped her fists respectfully and looked at Taoist Big Sunday. Alright. The great Sun Immortal nodded. Hee, it's already come to this, yet you still want to put on an act. You're courting death. Shibai Emperor sneered. The huge black serpent phantom had already arrived in front of the three of them, only a foot away. Compared to the huge body of the black Jiao python, a distance of 1 foot was equivalent to nothing. It's over. Logan closed his eyes in despair. There was really nothing he could do. However, just as everyone thought that the black serpent was going to devour the three of them, the great Sun Immortal took out the scroll from his ring and opened it. Whoosh! Instantly, an endless fire domain spread out, and flames whistled. Roar! Endless flames wrapped around the black serpent's body, making crackling sounds. What? Shibai Emperor was greatly alarmed. He felt an extremely terrifying flame aura directly pierce into his sea of consciousness, burning his divine essence. Ah! Ancestor, save me. Shibai Emperor felt the threat of death and shouted in panic. Chapter 195 Chapter 195 The Great Battle Begins. Chapter 195 The Great Battle Begins. Ancestor, save me. Snake Emperor's voice pierced through gold and cracked stone as he shouted in the direction of Black Knight sect. Then, a huge black handprint appeared in the void. The huge black handprint enveloped the burning flames, wanting to use its huge power to completely extinguish the flames. However, the flames attached themselves to the black hand. What? A cry of alarm came from the void. Then, the space rippled like a ripple. In the next moment, an old man with white hair appeared. His face was filled with fear. That was because the flames were burning on his body and could not be extinguished. Ancestor. When Shibai Emperor saw this scene, his face was filled with shock. Even the old ancestor had no way to resist this kind of flame. Just as he was in shock, the Black Knight sect's ancestor in the sky was directly burned into ashes by the flames and dissipated in space. Then, Shibai Emperor exploded in space. Ancestor, sect master. The Black Knight sect cultivators were shocked. Their ancestor and sect master were gone just like that. Run! The remaining cultivators were not fools. When they saw their ancestor and sect master being killed, they cried out in alarm and fled. However, the endless burning hell turned into countless fire spots and spread out in the space before them, shooting towards the Black Knight sect cultivators. Whoosh, 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 whoosh! The countless flames turned into a rain of fire, and the Black Knight sect cultivators had no way of escaping. Ah! Countless miserable screams rang out as the Black Knight sect cultivators who had originally returned to their original forms were charred into roasted snakes. It emitted a stench. Poo, pew, pew. Only the sound of flames dancing could be heard between heaven and earth. Countless White Dragon clansmen were dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. After a long while, the voice of the dragon finally rang out. The vice-patriarch of the White Dragon clan pays his respects to Senior. As Logan's voice rang out, everyone in the White Dragon clan looked at Taoist Big Sunday. Greetings, Senior. The next day, everything within the White Dragon clan had been repaired. As for the bodies of the Black Knight sect cultivators, they were buried with them. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. No one knew which would come first, accident or tomorrow. Senior, I was blind before. Please forgive me. Logan smiled awkwardly and apologized to the great Sun Immortal. There's no need. I'm just relying on the divine item that Senior gave me. The great Sun Immortal said with a face full of shame. The person in front of him could kill him with a slap, but he still called him Senior. This made him not know how to talk to him. Then, he remembered that it was already the day of the battle between the Five Powers Alliance and the Four Symbol Regions. He hurriedly said, I still have something important to do, so 1 foot 11 inches leave first. Logan saw that he couldn't persuade her to stay, so he immediately gave Xiao Longnu a look. Xiao Longnu nodded and transformed back into her white dragon form. Senior, please come up. I'll send you back. The great Sun Immortal nodded and leaped onto the white dragon's back. Soon, the man and the dragon arrived at the spatial rift. However, to their surprise, the spatial rift in front of them suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Taoist Big Sun and Little Dragon were stunned. The spatial rift from before had completely disappeared. He was still fine when he came. The great Sun Immortal was confused. The great battle was definitely about to begin. He couldn't go back. Tian Yuan Continent. The war between the Five-Party Alliance and the Four Symbols region was about to break out, but the great Sun Immortal didn't rush over. Xiao Changtian was stunned. If the great Sun Immortal wasn't here, then what was the point of hammering? Is it too late for us to retreat now? Xiao Changtian looked at Perfected Qin Yun in confusion. Senior, why are we retreating? Perfected Qin Yun asked in confusion. Taoist Big Sun didn't come. With just the few of us, how could we be a match for those great emperors? To tell you the truth, the immortal De Yang is a peerless expert who hides in the mortal world. Without him, we would not have been able to fight this battle. We would have lost without a doubt. Xiao Changtian said helplessly. Perfected Qin Yun was stunned. Senior, aren't we invincible here? Which one of your disciples isn't stronger than an ancient emperor? However, Perfected Qin Yun did not say it out loud. He thought for a moment and said in another way, Senior, although Reverend De Yang didn't come, Reverend Qiyang did. Perfected Qiyang is the great Sun sect's old ancestor. I'm afraid that his true cultivation is far above that of Perfected De Yang. Why don't we just let him be the temporary alliance leader? Xiao Changtian's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Reverend Qiyang was the great Sun sect's ancestor, and he had only met him once. Even though he had gone to the great Sun sect several times, he basically could not see Reverend Qiyang's figure. Usually, such a master would not like to be disturbed. He did not expect that there were actually two peerless experts by his side. Thinking of this, Xiao Changda's worried heart finally relaxed. Quickly go and invite Reverend Qiyang, Xiao Changtian said to Perfected Qin Yun. Yes. After Perfected Qin Yun finished speaking, he hurriedly ran far away to look for Perfected Qiyang. I can't. Don't do this. Reverend Qiyang hurriedly refused. His current cultivation was only at the first level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. In front of these big shots, he was nothing. How could he dare to act as a hidden expert? Reverend Qiyang, you're just putting on an act for Senior. Senior has returned to his original state and has already reached a state of selflessness. You're just putting on an act. Perfected Qin Yun persuaded. No, I can't do it. If Senior finds out one day, won't I be dead for sure? Reverend Qiyang hurriedly refused and took a few steps back. It's not up to you. If you don't become a hidden expert, how are we going to beat up the great emperor today? Perfected Qin Yun saw that the battle was about to break out, so he grabbed Reverend Qiyang and brought him to Xiao Changtian. Reverend Qiyang, you're here. That's great. Quickly lead everyone, I'll beat the drums to cheer for you. Xiao Changtian smiled. Now that Reverend Qiyang is here, everyone has a chance to win again. He had to support it. However, facing Xiao Changtian, Qiyang Jinren couldn't refuse. How could he refuse such a master? Everyone, listen to my order and prepare to attack. Reverend Qiyang could only bite the bullet and give the order. On the huge sea surface, The waves were rolling and the sound of waves could be heard. The sea breeze blew past, and the atmosphere was somber. Under the Heaven Queen's command, the ancient emperors also began to circulate their true qi. Kill them. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. The Seven Children on a Vine of Concealments. Chapter 196. The Seven Children on a Vine of Concealment. Rumble. When the cultivators fought, their true essence exploded in the space. Countless true essence lights shot into the sky. The terrifying power seemed to be able to move mountains and seas. How terrifying! Fortunately, I hid behind Reverend Qi Yang. Xiao Changtian muttered. He saw a powerful warrior. With just a glance at the sea, a fat fish was suddenly blown up and turned into a bloody mist. It was hard for him to imagine that with his level 3 body, if he was hit, wouldn't he be reduced to pieces? Ugh. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian could not help but feel a chill down his spine. In order to ease his embarrassment, Xiao Changtian felt that he had to pull himself together and cheer for the crowd. You too, pay attention to your safety. Don't run around. Xiao Changtian reminded Chu Iran and Lin Ruomiao, who were beside him. Yes. The two girls nodded. Xiao Changtian picked up the drumsticks and started to drum for the audience. Clang. 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 The loud sound of ribs echoed across the sea and the battlefield. My power hasn't regressed, hee. Xiao Changtian beat the drum and gradually entered a good state. He found his own feeling. On the surface of the sea. Initially, everyone was suppressed by the great emperors. Perfected Qin Yun and Lien Shinin fought against a great emperor and were sent flying in an instant. Two noobs, you still dare to start a war with me? I'll beat the sh*t out of you too. Ha! The blue-haired emperor who had sent the two of them flying laughed maniacally. His face was filled with joy. To emperors, a 9th-level tribulation transcendence cultivator was trash. Elsewhere, Maniac Chu and his armored rhinoceros clashed with a demon emperor. However, the monster emperor was an elephant. The monster race the arch transformed and sent the two of them flying with a slap of his nose. Such a scene happened in every corner of the sea. Even Taoist Xingyun and monk Kong Xiang had fought to a draw against a great emperor. However, to them, 2 against 1 could only tie. The other party was not an idiot. In an instant, another great emperor joined in and the two of them were sent flying. The situation on the battlefield was one-sided. It was Zhang Daolin who took out the gourd that Xiao Changtian had given him. The gourd appeared and floated in the sky. A black vine spread out from the gourd. As the vines grew out, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, a 7-colored gourd suddenly grew out. Those gourds began to crack, and children in vests fell out of the 7-colored gourds one by one. The red gourd transformed into a hill and blocked all the attacks. The other gourds stood on the shoulder of the big gourd. They were either attacking with flames or attacking with boundless waves. They also appeared from behind. The demon emperor who had sent Maniac Chu and the armored rhinoceros flying was kicked away from behind by 6th baby. Are you going to beat the sh*t out of me? The child in the yellow vest had already appeared behind the blue-haired emperor. Bang! Yellow boy kicked the great emperor's kidney, and the great emperor's face turned purple. Green baby and blue baby stood on Chi baby's shoulders. One spat out boundless flames while the other shot out ice rain arrows. Left. Right. Orange baby stood on top of Chi baby's head, looking around and listening in all directions. Fuck, what the hell is this? That powerful? Brother Daolin, what is this? It was actually such a powerful treasure. How rare. Awesome. Can you give me one? Brother Daolin, one liked you back then. Look at this gourd of yours. It's big and round, like it's your treasure. Can you share it with me tonight? All the experts looked at the gourd in Zhang Daolin's hand enviously. It was too awesome. With this gourd in hand, he could fight against thousands of soldiers. Cough cough, it's just a small item that senior gave me. It's just a Zhang Daolin said with a smile. A gift from Senior? When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. In the East Victory continent, Senior had once given them a painting. Can those paintings be used? A sect leader said. That's right. Why didn't we think of that? Since the item that Senior gave us can help us break through, it must have the same effect. As he spoke, the sect leader took out that solitary cold river fishing map that Xiao Changtian had given him. As soon as the painting appeared, the entire sea turned white. On a boat, an old man in a straw hat was sitting quietly with a fishing rod in his hand. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and laughed. The fish has taken the bait. With that, he swung the fishing rod in his hand, and the fishing line turned into sword shadows that filled the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of sword chi filled the entire space. Dozens of great emperors who could not dodge in time were directly splattered with blood and flesh under the sword chi, and they were heavily injured. Fuck, that's so fun. I'll come too. The experts who were passing the tribulation took out the paintings that Xiao Changtian had given them. In an instant, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the entire space. A carefree sword immortal who could kill a person every 10 steps, a brilliant white jade city that suppressed everything, and a beautiful dancer walked out. It was called light pollution. The perspective was so blurry that even the author could not see clearly and the readers could only imagine it themselves. Those great emperors could only retreat in front of these phenomena. Tang Ritian felt his heart itch. The senior gave him an aphrodisiac pills but did not give him a painting. After the battle, he must ask the senior for a painting. The battle was still going on. The slaughter shook the sky, but only Xiao Changtian's side could be heard. It seems that my drums are beating very well, boosting morale. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. The music skill that was enhanced by the system was indeed good. Xiao Changtian didn't even turn his head back and knocked even harder. Clang, clang. The melodious and heavy drumbeats resounded across the entire sea. The melody melded with the sounds of battle on the battlefield. It was as if golden spears and iron horses had appeared in everyone's minds, and their blood surged. Even the lightning evasion realm in his dantian seemed to be torn apart by his hot blood. In an instant, countless 9th-level tribulation transcenders sat down in the void. The moment they sat down cross-legged, the dark clouds in the sky churned and thunder rumbled. Hundreds of lightning bolts turned into a sea of lightning and fell down in an uncountable number, as if they wanted to kill all of them. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Descent of the Skeleton God, 1. Chapter 197, Descent of the Skeleton God, 1. Rumble. The terrifying lightning tribulation exploded in the void and fell directly. Fuck, my goodness, what kind of formation is this? Why is it even more terrifying than my heavenly emperor lightning tribulation? Run. Damn it, it's fine if they cheat one by one, but now they've even broken through. Are they going to let the martial monarch realm experts live? Countless great emperors retreated frantically. Only the blue-haired man was pushed out by the crowd in shock. Get out. A great emperor actually sprinkled these filthy things in the air. He's simply heartless. So, I don't want to either. The blue-haired emperor's face was full of tears. He had been beaten up, he hadn't done it on purpose. As the lightning tribulation descended, all kinds of phenomena were retracted. The thunderbolts fell on the sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect and the others wantonly, knocking them down to the bottom of the sea. Even the lightning was still roaring on the surface of the sea. As for Xiao Changtian, he was completely immersed in the beating of the drum, unable to extricate himself. In the divine world, the name of Flower Fruit Mountain had already become completely resounding. There was no other reason. The monkey was bored and brought a group of little monkeys to a divine lord's palace to cause a ruckus. They tore down the entire divine lord's palace. In an instant, the Flower Fruit Mountain demon became the #1 demon of the Sunluo immortal continent. Countless demons came to surrender. Monkey King, you're so powerful. That's Divine Lord Yuan Yang. He cultivates the laws of Yuan Yang. Monkey King, we will call you our king in the future. Great King! Great King! Shouts sounded one after another as the monkey nodded in satisfaction. Call me Monkey King in the future, don't call me king. I'm much more handsome than that ugly turtle. Monkey muttered as he lay on his seat. He calculated the time and suddenly jumped up. With a terrified expression, he lowered his head anxiously and scratched his head. It had been 2 days. From the lower realm to the upper realm, during this period of time, Master should have already discovered that he was gone. Oh no, I'm not as tough as the ugly turtle. What if one get beaten to death by my master? The monkey's face revealed an anxious expression. Great King, what's wrong? A red-tailed bottleneck monkey walked over and asked. I have something important to do, so I'm leaving first. You guys have fun. 1 foot 11 inches, come back to see you in 2 days. Monkey scratched his head. He had to hurry back now. Otherwise, when his master lost his temper, there would always be an extremely terrifying pressure that made him extremely afraid. He wasn't as tough as the old dirty turtle. With that said, Monkey's figure flashed and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared where the great Sun Immortal was. What monkey demon? Xiao Longnu was stunned. She instantly released her aura to suppress the monkey. Tisk! The monkey was instantly enraged and bared his teeth. Amir Jr. wanted to release his aura at him. Xiao Longnu's aura was instantly shattered by the monkey. She was so frightened that she fell to the ground. In her sea of consciousness, a huge monkey appeared behind her. It walked out of the primordial chaos. That aura was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the golden dragon. Senior Divine Monkey, this is the person Senior sent me to help. Please don't kill her. The great Sun Immortal hurriedly stopped him. Master? Monkey was slightly taken aback before nodding. He could indeed sense a familiar aura from Xiao Longnu's body. It was his master's scent. Only then did he retract his aura. Xiao Longnu only felt the pressure on her decrease when she sensed the disappearance of Monkey's aura. She began to breathe freely again. In that instant, Xiao Longnu felt as if she was on the verge of death tens of thousands of times. Her clothes were drenched in cold sweats. All right, all of you, step aside. Monkey said impatiently as he took out the silver needle from his ear again. Then he caressed the silver needle. The silver needle seemed to have a reaction. It grew bigger, longer, and thicker. Stab it in. Chapter 198 Chapter 198 Chapter 198 36 Stratagems. Escape is the bestly. Chapter 198 Chapter 198 36 Stratagems. Escape is the bestly. In the divine world. The skeleton divine lord sat high up in the foggy hall. A black skull floated beside him, and its empty eyes flickered with a red light. This time, 1 foot 11 inches definitely become a godly king in the lower realm. In the future, my skeleton divine realm will also be able to obtain a place in the divine realm. The skeleton divine lord was overjoyed, and his face was filled with madness. He had absorbed the fate of the Tianyuan continent once before, helping him advance from a hierarch to a god monarch. Although absorbing the fate of the lower realm to increase one's realm was despised by people in the divine world, as long as he did not say it, who would know? The skeleton divine lord stood up from his cultivation. The skull beside him flew into the skeleton temple. A huge abyss suddenly appeared. The skeleton divine lord leaped into the abyss. In the next moment, the sea between the 5 regions and 4 symbol regions on the Tianyuan continent churned. The sky dimmed as a huge skull suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Space began to distort, and the world turned blood red. What's that? Why do one feel like this aura is familiar? What a terrifying aura. The group of great emperors looked at the skull in the sky with solemn expressions. The skeleton divine lord gave them too much pressure. Some great emperors even prostrated themselves on the ground. On the surface of the ocean, the rumbling thunder continued to roar, forming a sea of thunder that descended from the sky, separating the two large domains on the surface of the ocean. Intoxicated by the drumbeats, Chang Tian felt that something was wrong. It seemed that only the sound of thunder was left now. The sound of battle seemed to have died down long ago. Xiao Chang Tian put down the drumstick in his hand in confusion. He stopped beating the drum and turned his head. Fuck! What kind of monster is this? Where are perfected Qing Yun and the others? Xiao Chang Tian looked at the 200 lightning bolts in front of him with confusion. There was a huge skull floating in the air. Xiao Chang Tian was stunned. Could it be some old monster summoned by the other party? Xiao Chang Tian looked at the great sun immortal, wanting to hear his reply. I don't know. It seems to have come down from above. Reverend Qiyang said in confusion. Before this skull descended to the lower realm, a world rift seemed to have appeared in the void. Above? Xiao Chang Tian frowned. If it came down from above, wouldn't that be the divine realm? When they were chatting previously, he had heard the great sun immortal mention it and even asked him about the divine world. Xiao Chang Tian was very confused at that time. He was only a mortal, could he ascend to the heavens? How would he know what the divine realm was like? However, he now understood that the Holy Land had long known about this day because of the great sun immortal. The people of the immortal realm would descend to the lower realm. Could it be that the great sun immortal also came from the divine realm? It's possible. Xiao Chang Tian thought in his heart and felt that it was more and more possible. Otherwise, why would a reclusive expert, a peerless mighty figure, establish a small sect in a remote town? Could it be that he had been deceived? Impossible. For such an expert, unless he was lying to himself, or he had encountered an incomparably powerful existence that forced him to retreat. That's why the immortal De Yang didn't show up at this time? To avoid the people of the divine realm? To prevent being recognized? That must be it. The more Xiao Chang Tian thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. It was so logical that he couldn't find any loopholes. Then what should we do now? Xiao Chang Tian muttered in his heart. Reverend Qiyang was an old ancestor of the Great Yang sect, but he was still here and did not avoid the people of the divine realm. This meant that Reverend Qiyang was not from the divine realm. It was very likely that they were from the Tianyuan continent. Previously, he was managed by the Great Sun Immortal, so he was in seclusion and was happy to be at ease. In other words, Reverend Qiyang was not a reclusive expert. It was over. They were all experts from the Tianyuan continent, but they were only strong in the lower realm. He was someone who had read thousands of novels. How could he not know that in the eyes of the immortal cultivators of the upper realm, the people of the lower realm were like ants that could be easily destroyed? No way, take the disciples and leave first. Xiao Chang Tian calmed down. Although he still had many good friends here, he would be courting death if he stayed here. He was just an ordinary mortal. How could he not be destroyed by that skeleton's attack? Let's go. He had to leave. Hurry up and leave. Out of the 36 strategies, escape was the best. As long as there was life, there was hope. Retreating now was just to revive everyone once he became invincible in the future. Only by living could there be hope. Xiao Chang Tian consoled himself in his heart. Then he took advantage of the lightning and thunder to bring Su Daji, Lin Ruomiao, a few disciples, and Qiyang Zhenren away quietly. Reverend Qiyang, hurry up. Hurry up. Xiao Chang Tian and his disciples were secretly taken away by Reverend Qiyang. Yes. Although Reverend Qiyang didn't know what Senior was going to do, he still used all the true essence in his body and quickly came to the front of the array to escape. Humph, a few ants. High up in the sky, the skeleton god did not stop them. In his opinion, a few mortals and an immortal cultivator were just like ants. They were not worthy of his attention at all. Seeing Xiao Changtan leave, the skeleton god looked at the black-robed figure in front of the door of antiquity. Has the formation been set up? The skeleton god walked down from the skull and walked towards the group of great emperors. Wherever he passed by, the great emperors fell one after another. How could that be? What happened? Those great emperors fell to the ground in an instant. They instantly felt some mysterious power being extracted from their bodies. At the instant it was extracted, they felt their bodies empty as if they had been hollowed out. It was extremely difficult for them to even stand. One let you people stay back then, but you dare to take them back today. The skeleton divine lord sneered as his aura grew stronger and stronger. In fact, a halo began to condense above his head. The halo was extremely dim, but it emitted a mysterious aura. Although you stand at the peak of this world, your luck is too little. The skeleton divine lord walked over step by step. The aura around him was cold and majestic, making people afraid to touch him. Soon, they arrived in front of the door of antiquity. Greetings, divine lord. Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor knelt down. The skeleton god raised his eyebrows. The luck of these three ants was slightly stronger. However, they had nothing to do with him. Even if they begged for mercy now, he could not let them go. He immediately raised his hand and was about to take away their luck. Chapter 199, Chapter 199. Skeleton God, please die. Chapter 199. Skeleton God, please die. I. Divine Lord, please be slow. The heaven-covering array still needs the cooperation of these three people. A man wearing a skull mask walked over and said, "Then I'll spare your lives for the time being," the skeleton god said disdainfully. Then he looked at the skull-masked man and said, "As long as I become a god king and help you revive your wife, it's not difficult at all." Yes, the heaven-covering array is here. Divine Lord, please follow me. The masked man said. The five of them walked into the door of antiquity. In the depths of the door of antiquity was a seven-colored river. It was dense and dreamy, and it looked extremely beautiful and dreamy. However, just by approaching the seven-colored river, the yellow halo above the skeleton divine lord's head became extremely obvious, as if it could be filled at any time. Back then, those fools thought that by sealing themselves, they would not have to suffer the calamity of the fallen emperor era. Little did they know that they were only nurturing the river of fate for me. Let's activate the heaven-covering array now. The skeleton god said coldly with a greedy expression. The heaven-shadowing formation could block the heavens. Once it was activated, it could completely block the presence of the Tianyuan continent. This way, the divine realm would not notice that he had devoured the fate of this world. Yes. The man wearing the skull mask nodded and glanced at the three of them. The four of them stood in front of the river of providence. Each of them absorbed a portion of providence and added it to themselves. Then, the man in black took out a skull from his ring. Following the appearance of the skull, the four of them each injected a stream of power into it. Following that, boundless black chi spread out. With the door of antiquity as the center, the monstrous black gas expanded endlessly. In just a few breaths, the sky that was originally clear and bright like the blazing sun was instantly covered in darkness. What happened? Why is the sky so dark? Where did the sun go? Countless ordinary people on the continent panicked when they saw the skies suddenly darken. In the forest, countless beasts roared. In the ocean, the schools of fish floated to the surface one by one, revealing their white bellies. They were completely dead. Once the heaven-covering formation is fully activated, I can devour the fate of this realm without worry. The skeleton divine lord laughed and sat down cross-legged. He began to absorb the seven-colored river of fate. Buzz! The river of providence trembled as the rainbow light was devoured by the skeleton divine lord. The skull-masked man, demon emperor, and the others stood around the skeleton god. The skeleton divine lord began to close his eyes and devour the providence seriously. The halo above his head became brighter and more dazzling. The four of you will protect me. When one break through to the god-king realm, I will bring you to the immortal world. The skeleton god said coldly. Yes, divine lord. The skeletal man agreed, but the black shadow in his palm disappeared quietly. Then, the rusty iron sword slashed at the river of providence in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the river of providence was cut into two. The skeleton divine lord was originally still absorbing the power of providence, but he suddenly stopped absorbing it. He suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood as his aura weakened. Damn thing, what are you doing? The skeleton divine lord's face was filled with fury. He turned around and slapped the black-robed man. However, the black-robed man's figure turned into a ghost and he instantly dodged. Hee, since you've come to the lower realm, the heaven-covering array has also been set up. Now that we've killed you, no one above will know. Don't you agree, skeleton? The black-robed man tore off the mask on his face and revealed his true appearance. It was a face that had nothing on it. There was only a blur. It had no nose, mouth, eyebrows, or eyes. It was bald, but there were wrinkles all over it. It looked as if it had been burned out by a huge fire. It was extremely terrifying. Aunt, what do you want to do? The skeleton divine lord stared coldly at the person in front of him. His face was filled with disdain and anger. A mere ant actually dared to carry him. He was a divine lord, so naturally he could not tolerate it. Hee, betrayal. You make it sound like I've been loyal to you. From the beginning to the end, you've always been my enemy. The black-robed man held the rusty short sword in his hand. His tone was calm, but his tone was so calm that it was terrifying. It made people feel that if he erupted in the next moment, he would have the power of furious thunder from the 9 heavens. You're courting death. The skeleton divine lord sneered and communicated with his divine sense. However, after a long time, there was no reaction. Are you looking for your spiritual will? At this moment, a black shadow floated out and wrapped around the black-robed man. In her hand, the wisp of black spiritual will was completely trapped by the chains formed by the 7-colored light of providence. Don't you want to resurrect your wife? In this world, other than this divine lord, no one can help you. The skeleton god stared at the man and asked in confusion. Hee, will you help me save my wife? The skeleton divine lord asked in an extremely calm tone. He then stared at the skeleton god and said, You're a high and mighty divine lord, and you're only using me temporarily. You're not that kind. However, if one kill you, I'll replace you as the skeleton god and head to the divine world. It's only a matter of time before I revive my wife. Besides, you were the one who caused countless emperors to die and the tragedy of the Tianyuan continent. Without you, my wife would not have become a wisp of her soul. Without you, my 10-mile sword would not have broken. Without you, one would still be that 10-mile sword god from back then. All of this is because of you high and mighty gods. In order to break through, you want to destroy a world. How can we agree? You must pay the price today. Although the skeleton man's face was devoid of any facial features and no expression could be seen, he slowly raised the short sword in his hand. A chilling killing intent seeped out of his body. The Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor beside him also erupted with powerful auras. The aura around him and the 4 terrifying auras caused the entire world to tremble. Hee, what a joke. You 4 ants want to kill me? How dare ants shake the heavens? The skeleton god was furious. In an instant, the huge skeleton phantom in the sky flew down. The huge blood-red skull gave off a terrifying aura as it flew towards the 4 of them. He was a divine lord, betrayed by a few ants. However, just as the skull landed, it charged straight at the skeleton god. Chapter 200 We're the reinforcements designated by. Chapter 200 We're the reinforcements designated by. Senior Monkey _I. What? The skeleton divine lord was shocked. The skull was a clone of his, but it was flying towards him. Bang! The huge skull collided with the skeleton god. The terrifying power sent the skeleton god flying. You tried to control me with your spiritual will, But how did you know that I've already sided with other divine lords behind my back? Kill you, then replace you, and worship the entire skeleton celestial realm. As for your spiritual will, it has long since backfired, and you still don't know it. The black-robed man sneered. A red light was attached to his black divine sense. That was the work of God Lord Hong Yun from the divinity. Damn it. The skeleton divine lord was furious. Not only had he been betrayed, but he had also been schemed against. He was furious. In an instant, the skeleton divine lord burned his blood essence and slapped his chest. Blood flew out of his heart and burned. In an instant, his aura rose and directly reached the peak. Gotcha! With a crisp cracking sound, the huge skull was crushed by the skeleton god. In an instant he arrived in front of 10 Miles Sword God. And die! The skeleton divine lord was furious. He slapped his claw at the person in front of him. He wanted to crush the person who betrayed him into dust. However, all of a sudden, the entire space within the ancient era changed and transformed into a huge battlefield. On the battlefield, a huge red cloud floated and filled the entire space. Red cloud formation disk. Sir God Skeleton's expression changed slightly. The formation disk before him was a magic treasure of immortal Lord Hongyun, which could create a unique world of rules. Damn it, this old fellow actually schemed against me. The skeleton divine lord said angrily. Even though he was a divine lord, he was still suppressed by the lower realm's laws. In the divine world, cultivation was also divided into levels. Starting from the low-level deities, there were the middle-level deities, high-level deities, gods, revered gods, god monarchs, god kings, god emperors, and god emperors. A supreme god realm expert was a powerful existence who could establish a sect in the divine world. A divine lord was in charge of an immortal continent and had a supreme status. As for the god kings, there were 3,000 domains in the god domain, and each domain was divided into 3,000 immortal continents. These were all controlled by the god kings. That was why the skeleton divine lord was so crazy that he wanted to devour the fate of the lower realm, wanting to advance from a supreme god to a divine king. However, he was restricted by the laws of the Tianyuan continent and the red cloud disk formation. The strength he could use was only at the mid-level deity level. Hee, skeleton, today is the day you die. Sword God 10 Miles laughed loudly. A shocking sword intent erupted from the rusty short sword in his hand. The sword intent shot into the sky and emitted a circle of red light. The light was extremely dangerous. In the next moment, pissed. The sword pierced through the skeleton god. You! The skeleton god stared at the power of immortal Lord Hongyun on the broken sword and died with grievances. Although the skeletal god had died, the providence of the Tianyuan continent had dissipated and returned to the river of providence. As for the power in the skeleton divine lord's body, it was completely absorbed by the 10 Miles Sword God as a spirit meridian for cultivation. At the same time, suddenly, the surface of the sea fluctuated. After images seemed to appear in space, but they didn't appear. The two shadows seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Where's Master? Why were only these few people breaking through? Monkey carried Taoist De Yang with one hand as he stood on the surface of the sea and looked down at the sea with a puzzled expression. Senior, should we go out first? This was too dangerous. The great sun immortal was being carried and did not dare to move. Any one of these heavenly lightning bolts could smash him into pieces. What are you afraid of? With me around, you won't be struck by lightning. Monkey said disdainfully. Then, he shook his head and scattered a handful of monkey fur to the people under the sea before leaving again. His most important task now was to find his master as soon as possible. Not long after the monkey left, a demon army led by a red-tail-bottomed monkey quickly appeared. Late. The Monkey King just left. Let's hurry up and follow. The red-tail bottleneck monkey narrowed its eyes and sniffed the space. Then, it brought the group of monkey demons and left instantly. Boom! Less than a second after the monkey clan had left, Li Wushuang, who was chasing them, appeared. Just who is it that can open a rift between the Tian Yuan continent and the Sunluo immortal continent? Even a god king would have to pay a hefty price for such a method, right? Just as Li Wushuang was wondering, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck toward her. Psst! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck his shoulder. A mere heavenly lightning from the lower realm dared to be impudent? Li Wushuang frowned. He didn't care about the things in the lower realm. Then he gently swung his palm out. The moment he swung it out, an indescribable force flew out. Continue chasing after the monkey, Li Wushuang said with a smile as she flew up into the air again. However, before he could fly far, the power he swung out was directly annihilated by the heavenly lightning. Boom! The heavenly lightning struck him directly, sending him from the void into the sea. Bah! Li Wushuang flew into a rage and flew up from the sea. The seawater around her was instantly dried up. However, due to the lightning strikes, his face was charred black, and every strand of his hair stood up vertically. Damn it! The heavenly lightning of the lower realm dares to strike me? If you have the guts, try striking your grandfather again. Li Wushuang was furious. She pointed at the lightning bolt with her right index finger. He did not believe that as a dignified supreme god realm expert, these heavenly lightning bolts were actually not intimidated by the nomological aura around his body. However, at the next moment, boom! Another bolt of lightning struck. As this bolt of lightning appeared, the remaining bolts of lightning followed suit. Pa! Put! Put! Hundreds of lightning bolts came one after another and pressed Li Wushuang under the water. Puff! Li Wushuang had just been blasted down, and she had just used all the true qi in her body to pop her head out of the sea when she was struck down by the next lightning bolt. He struggled, but he could only poke his head out. His head bobbed up and down on the sea. After a total of 200 times, the lightning disappeared, and he flew out of the sea. Damn it, a dignified supreme god realm expert, was actually humiliated like this? Li Wushuang roared furiously. However, those heavenly lightning bolts had already disappeared. I'm going to kill those monkeys to vent my anger. Li Wushuang couldn't take revenge on the heavenly lightning, so she chose the monkey demons. However, just as he was about to chase after the monkey demon from before, powerful auras suddenly flew out from under the sea. Among them, Zhang Daolin was the leader. He said directly, "Senior Monkey asked us to be the reinforcements of the monkey demon clan. Where do you want to go?" Chapter 201, 10 Miles Sword God Ascensalai. Chapter 201, 10 Miles Sword God Ascensalai. Senior Monkey has instructed that you are not allowed to pursue the monkey demons. Zhang Daolin, perfected Qing Yun, perfected Xing Yun, they immediately surrounded Li Wushuang. Humph, with just you guys? I'm really going to laugh my teeth off. Li Wushuang smiled. A group of Mahayana cultivators dared to surround a divine lord like him. It was simply ridiculous. What is it? Can you say another sentence to us? What do you want? Tang Ritian asked. He said he wanted to lose his teeth. Shengguan Shuai said. Oh, it turned out that he wanted to lose his teeth. This was simple. Gon Tianlei nodded. He knew how to knock out front teeth. No, not only does he want to lose his teeth, but he also wants to lose his teeth while laughing. I've never seen such a strange request. The sect leader of the 100 Poison sect took out a bottle of green poison and waved it gently. A wisp of aura instantly floated past. In an instant, Li Wushuang's nose twitched as she sensed a pungent smell. As the pungent smell entered her nose, Li Wushuang suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Haha, what did you do to me? Haha, I'm warning you, don't mess around, haha, or I'll kill you, ha. Ah. Li Wushuang laughed loudly, her face filled with a sinister smile. Crying didn't look like crying, nor did it look like laughing. It was extremely ugly. Hee hee, I've already laughed, but I haven't lost my teeth yet. Gan Tianlei said with a smile. He rolled up his sleeves again and punched Li Wushuang's mouth like a heavy rain. In an instant, Li Wushuang was sent flying. In the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with a few teeth. Haha, you dare to hit me? You'll get your retribution. Ha. Li Wushuang was sent flying back several thousand meters before she managed to stabilize herself. In an instant he exploded. Ha! Original Yang scripture, Great Sun Golden Wheel. Li Wushuang's aura exploded, and a huge sun appeared behind her. As soon as the sun appeared, the vast sea was illuminated in a golden red color. The surface of the sea was blood red and extremely terrifying. In an instant, waves surged on the huge sea. The great solar golden wheel carried a world-destroying aura as it swept towards everyone. Buzz! As the great sun golden wheel approached, the entire space began to tremble. The seawater that was swept up and trembled by the power was evaporated as soon as it touched the sun. I want you ants to die, ha! Li Wushuang laughed maniacally as she said angrily. Tisk! Asking for a beating. Gan Tianlei threw a punch. Bang! The terrifying fist force carried a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shatter the heavenly lightning as it collided with the great solar golden wheel. Extreme convergence. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky surged. The great solar golden wheel was directly shattered, turning into countless light spots and disappearing. How is that possible? Ha! No, impossible. Li Wushuang was shocked. She never thought that she would be defeated by a Mahayana realm cultivator one day. In his panic, he flew out like a meteor. A perfect line was drawn in the sky. All right, let's go home and have a good time, Taoist Nebula said. The others nodded. Although the lightning tribulation they had just passed only allowed them to break through to the Mahayana realm, the lightning tribulation experts were not inferior to the Divine Lord realm lightning tribulation at all. There was even a monkey that gave each of them a strand of hair. As for those great emperors, they were not even enough to defeat them with one hand. Everyone left. Li Wushuang flew in the air with a painful smile on her face. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. He did not understand why these cultivators in the lower realm were so powerful. Boom! Finally, he landed on a deserted path. There was no one around the small paths. There were only a few figures. He followed the figure and looked over. In an instant, he was so scared that he shivered. Skeleton, Divine Lord. Li Wushuang stared at the skeleton on the ground in shock. The skeleton god was on the same level as Yuan Yang god, and Li Wushuang had seen him before. But now, the skeleton Divine Lord lay on the ground, no longer breathing. The divine power around him was still being absorbed by a person from the lower realm. Oh my God! Li Wushuang couldn't help but scream. What was going on with this lower plane? He could even kill a divine lord. No! This was not the lower realm. This was a forbidden area. The rumored forbidden land of the universe. In the vast greater world of the universe, there were some forbidden lands. Because there was an existence that surpassed the godly emperor in those forbidden lands, this world would become abnormally powerful. I chased the monkey into the forbidden area. Li Wushuang slapped her forehead. He had chased them into the forbidden area. This was the rhythm of courting death. Someone from the divine realm. 10-Mile Sword God, who was absorbing the skeleton god's energy, saw Li Wushuang and his killing intent surged. Only immortal Lord Hongyun knew about the death of the skeleton god. If others knew about this, it would be unthinkable. 10-Mile Sword Go! Sword God 10 Miles shouted, and the broken sword on his back turned into a beam of light and shot toward Li Wushuang. Not good. Li Wushuang was shocked. The existence in the forbidden land wanted to kill her. Escape! Li Wushuang frowned and an escape talisman suddenly appeared in front of her. She disappeared into space. The 10-Mile Sword missed by a mere second. Not good. This person has fled the Tianyuan continent and returned to the immortal world. 10 Miles Sword God was shocked. Then what should we do? The Black Shadow, the Heaven Queen, the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor all had solemn expressions. Once the matter of killing the skeleton Celestial Lord was exposed, it would definitely attract the skeleton Celestial Realm's experts to descend to the lower realm. At that time, who would be able to resist? Could it be that the calamity of the fallen Emperor era is about to rise again? The Heaven Queen said with a solemn expression. Everyone was silent. No, there is another way. Sword God 10 Miles, who had finished absorbing the skeleton god's power, stood up and said, "What is it?" The Demon Emperor couldn't help but ask. "Kill this person." "Only the dead will not speak," 10 Miles Sword God said in a deep voice. "I'll contact Immortal Lord Hongyun and ascend to the upper realm now. I'll kill this person before he spreads the news. Madam, I'll leave the rest to you." 10 Miles Sword God gripped the short sword in his hand. His facial features that had recovered revealed determination. Then, he took out a token and handed it to Heaven Queen. "These are the hundreds of thousands of boys and girls who were captured back then. I'm leaving." After he finished speaking, the 10 Miles Sword God did not even turn his head back. He slashed the short sword in his hand and barely managed to communicate with the power of Immortal Lord Hongyun. In an instant he ascended. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, Collection Progress, 1. Chapter 202, Collection Progress, 1. Hey, Maniac Chu, Perfected Qin Yun, Brother Zhang, you guys died a tragic death. But don't worry, when I'm invincible, I'll definitely resurrect you. Xiao Changtian was packing up his things in the courtyard. He was putting a lot of gold into his interspatial ring. "Master, what are you doing?" Mu Jiahuang stood at the side, not knowing what to do. Don't talk. Hurry up," Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jiahuang. He had also guessed the identity of Reverend Qiyang. He did not expect that Reverend Qiyang was not a hermit, causing his brain to fill up for so long. This time, the five-party alliance suffered a huge defeat. From now on, he could no longer enjoy a stable and happy life. From now on, he would have to leave his hometown and take the few animals rewarded by the system and a few disappointing mortal disciples to wander the world. Xiao Changtian was scared when he thought about how they might be frozen to death in the winter without even using a match. Therefore, he had to put all this money away now. Only by storing all this gold would he not starve. His disciples would not be bullied. These were the keys to his path to invincibility. The most important thing is to have the money. If you have the weak physique, if you have the illness on the way, if you have the injury, if you have the money to buy herbs. As long as he was alive, there would be hope for invincibility. Oh! Mu Jiahuang didn't understand what Xiao Changtian was trying to do, so she just helped him pack the gold. At this moment, outside the room, the voice of the great Sun Immortal suddenly sounded. "What are you two doing?" The great Sun Immortal was carried by the monkey to Xiao Changtian's room. The great Sun Immortal? Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. This voice sounded like the great Sun Immortal. He turned his head to look. Fuck, it was really the enlightened person of the great Sun. Cough cough, Jiu, I'm done. You can go out first. Xiao Changtian coughed. Since the great Sun Immortal was back, why would he be afraid? However, these reclusive experts usually treated money like dirt. The reason why he became friends with the great Sun Immortal was because of a painting. He absolutely couldn't let Daong Jinren discover that he was greedy for money. "It's nothing. I'm just exercising with Jiu'er," Xiao Changtian explained. Then, he saw Monkey on the shoulder of the great Sun Immortal and asked in puzzlement, "Taoist Big Sun, where have you been these past 2 days? Didn't he help Long Ming and the others to eliminate the bandits?" "Damned monkey, be more respectful to the great Sun Immortal and get lost," Xiao Changtian asked as he grabbed the monkey's tail and held it in his hand. The monkey was so frightened that it trembled and did not dare to move. Outside the door, The group of monkey demons led by the red-tail-bottomed monkey arrived just in time like a tide. Hiss! Countless monkeys stood in front of the small courtyard and gasped in unison. What did they see? Military, am one dreaming? Six-eared macaque asked. Let me confirm. Don't move. The red-tail bottleneck monkey's expression was grave. It raised its paw and slapped the six-eared macaque's face. Military, why did you hit me? Six-eared macaque was slapped a few meters away. He covered his face and said in a wronged tone. However, the red-tail-bottomed monkey did not care about his feelings at all. Instead it asked, Did I hurt you? The six-eared macaque was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only nod. That's right, the red-tail bottleneck monkey said. Military, six-eared macaque was furious. Advisor June was bullying Honest Monkey. Just as he was about to get angry, his eyes lit up. Oh right, I'm in pain. You're hurting me. Advisor June, give me another slap. This time, you slapped the left side of my face. Six-eared macaque said excitedly. Pa! Then, the red-tail monkey slapped the six-eared macaque again. The six-eared macaque lost a few teeth. However, he was not angry at all. Instead, he said with a happy expression, Really wasn't dreaming. Someone actually beat up the Monkey King. As he said this, countless monkeys stood respectfully in front of the courtyard, not daring to move. I went to the divine realm and just came back. The great sun immortal could only answer truthfully. Divine world. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Didn't the great sun immortal come to the lower realm to avoid being hunted down by the divine world? Why did he return to the divine realm? Could it be that he had predicted that the people of the divine world would descend on the Tianyuan continent, so he had gone to negotiate with them and told them not to make things difficult for the people of the Tianyuan continent? What was the result? Xiao Changtian asked. If Taoist De Yang could reach a deal, the Tianyuan continent would be able to settle down and he would not have to leave his hometown. The result? The immortal De Yang was stunned. Was Senior asking about the outcome of the Black Knight sect? Before he could think, the great sun immortal answered directly, Kill all of them. Will it be okay for the Gestas? Kill them all? Xiao Changtian was stunned. The immortal De Yang was so fierce. Even the people of the divine world could be killed as they wished. Could it be that the great sun immortal was the highest existence in the divine world? Yes. It must be. I didn't expect this. One actually underestimated the immortal De Yang. In the past, one always felt that the difference between the great sun immortal and me was like the difference between heaven and earth. But from the looks of it now, one is a vast star, and the other is dust in the desert. They can't be compared at all. But fortunately, I actually hugged such a thighs. Xiao Changtian thought to himself. He then looked at Mu Jiahuang and said, Jiu, serve some tea. Then he came to the stone table with the great sun immortal and drank tea together. However, just as he walked over, he saw a large group of monkeys standing outside the small courtyard. They were all motionless and their gazes were all looking into the small courtyard. Ding! Red-tailed macaque and six-eared macaque rare species detected. Collection progress of monkeys in the zoo, March 10th. At this moment, the system notification sounded in Xiao Changtian's mind. Xiao Changtian suddenly remembered that on the first day he came to this world, the system told him that he had to rebuild the zoo in his previous life in order to open the path of invincibility. Come in. Xiao Changtian waved his hand and threw out 2 corn cobs. With the system's reward of raising skill, it was not a problem to call these monkeys in. Chi-chi. The red-tail bottleneck monkey and six-eared macaque looked at each other and stood at the door with fear. Then, they slowly walked into the courtyard and came to Xiao Changtian's side. In the future, you will live in this small courtyard. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Chapter 203 Chapter 203, Rongrong's Master is Back. Chapter 203, Rongrong's Master is Back. Squeak squeak. Outside the door, The other demon monkeys were scratching their ears and cheeks, not knowing what to do. The Monkey King, the military, and even the six-eared macaque had gone in. What were they going to do? For a moment, these little monkeys could not make up their minds. Let's leave first. There's a mountain forest nearby. We'll stay in the forest and come back to find the Monkey King and the military in a few days. A monkey suggested. Immediately after, the group of monkeys nodded and disappeared like a swarm of bees. At this moment, Perfected Qing Yun and the others had also rushed back. "Senior, we're back," Perfected Qing Yun said with a smile. Each of them had a grateful expression on their faces. Senior's drumbeat had directly surpassed this realm in terms of comprehension of the nomological laws. Their strength could no longer be measured by realms now. "It's good that you're back." Xiao Changtian nodded, but he was even more shocked. The great Sun Immortal was indeed powerful. Perfected Qing Yun, Maniac Chu, and the others had been struck by lightning, but they had actually been saved. It was simply unimaginable. Everyone has suffered. Today, I'll personally cook a feast for everyone. Xiao Changtian was in a good mood after knowing that the immortal De Yang was a peerless expert. As long as he clung onto the thigh of the great Sun Immortal, he would have nothing to worry about. On the other side, the 10-mile sword god ascended to the sky. The first one he saw was Immortal Lord Hong Yun. As her name suggested, Immortal Lord Hong Yun was dressed in a crimson flowing cloud robe. Her long hair was also tied into a spiral cloud shape. "Are you sure Skeleton is dead?" Immortal Lord Hong Yun asked lightly. "I'm sure." 10-mile sword god nodded. "All right then. From today onwards, you will replace the Skeleton Divine Lord and become the master of the Skeleton Divine World. However, I want all the resources of the Skeleton Divine World." Immortal Lord Hong Yun's voice turned cold. "Yes." 10-mile sword god replied again. "Then you can go." With a wave of her hand, Immortal Lord Hong Yun cast a halo on the head of sword god for 10 miles and then disappeared. The aura of the 10-mile sword god became mysterious and indescribable. Then, he headed straight for the skeleton celestial realm. Li Wushuang used an escape talisman to teleport back to the original Yang Divine Hall. "Divine Lord, something bad has happened. Something big has happened," Li Wushuang hurriedly said to Sir God Yuan Yang. However, there was a skeleton Divine Lord standing beside him. "You." Seeing the skeleton god, Li Wushuang felt her scalp go numb and a chill run down her spine. He had seen the skeleton god Lord die in the forbidden area with his own eyes. Then, the skeleton god Lord in front of him. "It's fake. It must be fake. He wants to silence me." Li Wushuang was shocked. If he were to tell the truth now, he might be killed on the spot. Even Divine Lord Yuan Yang might not be able to protect him. "Run. Hurry up and run, the further the better." This was the only thought in Li Wushuang's mind. He had to run to the ends of the earth, to a place where no one could find him, to hide, to ensure his safety. What happened? How could he be so flustered? "Can't you see that I'm discussing something with the skeleton god?" "No, nothing, quote." Li Wushuang shook her head and quickly left. At the same time, after everyone left, the door of antiquity once again turned into ruins, wrapped in a white fog. It was just that inadvertently. The broken ground suddenly began to tremble. The soil on the surface began to loosen, as if something was constantly hitting the ground. After an unknown amount of time, the ground finally cracked open, and a palm-sized hole appeared. A large black hand reached out from the cave. Then, the hole became bigger and bigger, and it directly collapsed. A muscular man dressed in animal skin with horns on his head crawled out from the ground. Beside him was a black and white beast that looked extremely similar to Fatty Rongrong. "Wah!" The black-white beast kept rubbing itself against the sack on the man's waist. "Fuck you. You just ate a meal of spiritual bamboo, and now you still want it? What use do you have? If I hadn't drunk a little back then and confused you with the other one, would I have been able to come out after so many years?" What else can you do besides acting cute? Even if you can simply devour a martial monarch realm expert for me, it's fine. You can't even defeat an ordinary person. Shame, good for nothing. One won't give you food today. The fur-clad man said with a speechless expression. However, after being scolded by the fur-clad man, the black and white beast immediately burst into tears. 2 streams of hot tears flowed out of its eyes. I'll give it to you, okay? The fur-clad man looked at the black and white beast as it cried in front of him. Covering his face, he took out 10 spirit bamboos from his waist pouch with heartache. The spiritual bamboos were wrapped in green immortal energy. Just by looking from afar, one could tell that these 10 spiritual bamboos were treasures. Wow! When the black and white beast saw the 10 spiritual bamboos, it instantly stopped crying. It immediately carried the spiritual bamboos to the side and started nibbling. Hey, my iron eater, where are you? Without you, how can one conquer the heavens? The fur-clad man looked at the black and white beast eating the spirit bamboo with a depressed expression. With such a glutton by his side, he was completely speechless. He looked at the sky with a helpless expression. In the courtyard, the Iron Eater hugged 2 huge bamboo shoots and happily gnawed at them. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. He looked into the distance and frowned slightly. Is that you? You're back. Fatty Rongrong frowned, her face revealing a puzzled expression. Even though the bamboo shoot in her hand had already been snatched away by the monkey, she still didn't notice, her gaze only looking towards the distant sky. Fatty, what's wrong? Seeing Fatty Rongrong's appearance, Black Tortoise, as the boss, asked with concern. Boss, I really feel like my previous master has returned, Fatty Rongrong said. The previous owner? The one who sealed you underground for 10,000 years? Are you going to take revenge on him? Boss will take you there and give him a good beating. Black Tortoise said. Boss, there's no need. It's just a feeling. Fatty Rongrong shook her head. In the courtyard, a burst of fragrance wafted over at the same time, seeping into everyone's hearts. The fragrance curled up, as if it made everyone's spiritual altar clearer. It's time to eat, it's time to eat. This was personally made by Senior. One want to drink 3 big bowls of it. A group of cultivators gathered in the small courtyard and sat around a table. Each of them held a bowl and chopsticks and ate in large mouthfuls. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, Too Strong One. Chapter 204, Too Strong One. Puff. Quote. Perfected Qin Yim, who had just eaten a bowl of carrots, suddenly let out a breath. A foul smell came from behind him. Everyone in RHE's small courtyard had a change in expression. Are you going to die? Pert here. Hurry up and go out. Don't make Senior hate you. Lien Yin, who was beside Perfected Qin Yun, hurriedly asked Perfected Qin Yun to leave. Yes. 11. I'm sorry, Senior's carrot force was too strong and I couldn't hold it in. Perfected Qin Yun smiled embarrassedly and squeezed the 2 petals tightly. Then, he quickly ran out of RHE's small courtyard. He instantly found a place and flew away. He was already on RHE verge of collapse. The spiritual energy contained in Senior's meal was simply more than the sum of his previous cultivation. The terrifying spiritual energy did not have time to absorb it at all and was about to leak out through the back door. He came to the surface of the sea. Pfft. In an instant, a yellow mist covered the entire sea. On the surface of the sea, there was a school of fish watching. However, in just a few seconds, the school of fish instantly felt a stench rush into their brains, stimulating their nerves. They only felt dizzy and fainted on the sea surface, revealing their white fish bellies. Perfected Qin Yun was completely oblivious to all of this. He just stood in RE void, his expression turning from ferocious to nervous, and finally to relaxed. Awesome. 11. This feels F***ing good. It was simply awesome. Perfected Qin Yun shouted. He felt as if his body was erupting like a volcano, and a foul air was completely expelled from his body. Soon after, He felt his spiritual altar clear up and suddenly shivered. Buzz! In the next second, his entire body lit up with a white light. With the appearance of the white light, the aura around him became stronger and more mysterious. It was as if there was some kind of power that poured the great Tao laws into his brain, allowing him to understand it naturally without having to comprehend it. Senior's radish is really fragrant. Perfected Qing Yun stood up and prepared to leave. However, suddenly, in the direction of the small courtyard, dense black figures were like a tidal wave that filled the sky as they headed toward the North Sea. One can't hold it in anymore. I want to release it now. 11. I can't do it either. Let's go together. Add me in. 3 people is more exciting. Let's go together, don't be shy. Senior's rice is too full of spiritual energy. I can't absorb so much anymore. I have to release it now. The male cultivators who rushed over completely let go of themselves and directly farted. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, turbid waves surged into the sky. The terrifying yellow aura almost covered the entire North Sea. Fuck. Perfected Qing Yun was the first to be drowned in RHE yellow fog. Then, his entire body was dyed yellow. It was like a statue that was frozen in the void. As for the female cultivators, their faces were flushed red. Facing a group of male cultivators, they couldn't release it. Just thinking about it made her blush. How could a little fairy fart? Sisters, let's go to the other southern seas. Lian Shanin led a group of female cultivators and turned into countless afterimages as they ran towards the South Sea. Soon after, above the southern sea, a wave of yellow foul chi turned into a mushroom cloud and instantly soared into the void. The yellow mushroom cloud was still expanding. It was getting bigger and bigger. It was getting more and more prosperous. It covered the entire southern sea. Large groups of fish dove into the deep sea, but the yellow fog seemed to have a penetrating power, directly entering the sea. Run! Which F***ing poison king attacked? Stinks. I'm going to vomit, I'm going to F***ing vomit, it stinks. 1. Countless marine race demonic beasts fled, trying to avoid the yellow poisonous gas. However, there was no way to avoid it. The vast South Sea was directly invaded by the yellow turbid gas. The originally overflowing seawater actually changed into a dirty yellow color imperceptibly. The sea tribes under the South Sea all rolled their eyes and floated on the surface of the sea. In fact, the yellow mist was still expanding, gradually heading toward the North Sea. Fuck so fierce. The male cultivators who had just done it together on the North Sea all had terrified expressions on their faces. Senior's food is simply an ultimate divine medicine. These old witches who have lived for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years have held back so much. A boorish and carefree male cultivator said directly, you deserve to be single. On the other side, a group of female cultivators' necks turned red from embarrassment. They angrily shouted and instantly left. Senior is too fierce. Just eating a bowl of rice from him was like swallowing a spirit vein. Yes, Senior is indeed Senior. Senior is too powerful. The group of female cultivators whispered to each other. 15 minutes later, they returned to Xiao Changtian's courtyard. You guys? Xiao Changtian looked at the men and women running out with a strange expression. Did these people go out to vent their anger? In the world of cultivation, even cultivators have such poor stomachs. Senior, we didn't do it on purpose. It's really this food, one Perfected Qing Yun hurriedly explained. The spiritual energy contained in the food was too huge. Food? What does it have to do with food? Xiao Changtian frowned when he heard that. These people had bad stomachs. How could they say that there was something wrong with their food? His food was cultivated by Yi Fan every day in the wasteland of the small courtyard. As for the seeds, they were given by the system. There was no need to mention the soil. Before accepting a disciple, he had used the essence that he had secreted every night to irrigate it for many years. In the soil, slowly, nitrogen, phosphorus acid, and potash, and a series of organic elements. It was definitely a good dish. How could she have a stomach ache? Forget it, forget it. Since they've eaten the food I've cooked, give them a medicine to calm their stomachs. Xiao Changtian said helplessly. He had suffered a huge loss this time. After cooking, he still had to deliver the medicine. No, I want to earn it back. I can't lose out. One person sold them a copy of fantasy, one really didn't raise immortal beasts. Anyway, I remember that there was a chapter in this book that was very interesting. Not only did it have a taste, but it also had a color. I'll give them a bit of the price. 50 copper coins. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian ordered Wang Miaoshou to distribute the medicine to treat the intestines and stomach. Miracle hands, give each of them one of the yellow pills in the box from before. It's to clear their stomachs. Yes. Wang Miaoshou replied respectfully. Yes. Xiao Changtian nodded and walked into the room, taking out the remaining books. Chapter 205, Chapter 205. Mysterious Small Mountain Village, 1. Chapter 205. Mysterious Small Mountain Village, 1. Senior's Pill? The experts of the Tianyuan continent all revealed looks of joy when they received the yellow pills from Wang Miaoshou. Senior's medicinal pill, eating one would allow one to ascend to heaven. Thank you, Senior. The group of experts bowed to Xiao Changtian. They would forever remember the kindness of their senior. It's just a pill. Take it out and eat it. If there's no one here with a book, just pay up. 50 copper coins. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He had to earn it back. Although it was a little expensive, he could not lose out. Senior, do you mean that this book costs 50 copper coins? Gan Tunlei was the first to ask, frowning. That's right. Xiao Changtian nodded. However, when he saw Gan Tianlei's expression, he felt that something wasn't right. Could it be that he thinks that I'm selling it at too high a price and that I'm a black-hearted profiteer? Then why don't you make it cheaper? 40. Xiao Changtian had no choice but to lower the price by 1/5. This was his bottom line. If he lowered it any further, it would really be gone. 40? This time, Gan Tianlei couldn't help but be shocked. Even the vice sect leaders were shocked and gasped. Senior's book was a divine book. Although there were some typos, it did not affect their breakthrough. Then it's free. It's free. I'll give it to you. Xiao Changtian was speechless. He had suffered a great loss today. Today, not only did he cook a meal for everyone, but he also gave everyone a pill. Now, he had given them the books for nothing. He might even be scolded. Because there were too many typos, and the writing style was a bit stiff. That damned author. He can't even check for any words. He's probably a primary school student. His writing is still so lame. If I hadn't studied animal management and not computer security, one would have hacked into the author's background to change his outline and poison points. Trash author, and he even said that he had a block text. These few chapters are boring. It'll be fine after a few chapters. Xiao Changtian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Senior, what did you say? The others were happily reading their books. They heard Xiao Changtian mumbling something and asked curiously. It's nothing. Xiao Changtian waved his hand. Oh. Everyone nodded, then bid farewell to Xiao Changtian and left. On this day, countless experts on the continent swallowed their own stomach pills. Whether it was the Holy Lands or the small sects, they were all shrouded in a yellow fog. The yellow fog passed through layers of obstacles on the Tianyuan continent. It even spread from the 5-region domain to the 4-symbol domain, the 2-elements domain, and the 1st domain. The spiritual energy on the Tianyuan continent had risen to a whole new level overnight. The next day, when the yellow mist dissipated, the cultivation of the sea demons among the sea tribe rose by a level. The experts of the sea race who were transcending the tribulation had all risen to the Mahayana realm. There were even some Poseidons who directly reached the martial monarch realm. In the forest and in the sky, countless beasts and birds became even more ferocious. Other than Xiao Changtian's courtyard. And all of this. It was all because of Xiao Changtian's meal and the anger of many cultivators. At the same time, Divine Realm. Li Wushuang had been running for an entire day and night. She was too tired and her true qi was almost exhausted. If the existence in the Forbidden Land wanted to kill him, no one could stop it. Unless he ran to a place where no one was around and hid. However, there are so many places in the Divine Realm. Where can one not find? Li Wushuang's face was troubled. He couldn't find such a place. Only hell can make me unable to find it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was the 10-mile sword god. With a swoosh, a streak of sword qi slashed toward Li Wushuang. Not good. Li Wushuang was shocked. This sword qi was clearly heading for his neck. It was going to kill him. I can't die, one can't die. I'm still a virgin. I've never been married. Li Wushuang suddenly woke up. He couldn't die, no matter what. All of a sudden, an unknown force appeared in his body. He rolled violently and avoided his vital points with a distance of 0.0 centimeters. Instantly, his legs created a gust of wind as he disappeared from sight at a speed that was difficult to catch. What? Sword God Tenaels was stunned. He didn't think that Li Wushuang, who had been running for so long, would suddenly burst out with such unprecedented power. Chase after him. The 10-mile sword god thought to himself. Stepping on the 10-mile sword, he gave chase with all his might. He couldn't let Li Wushuang live. Even if Li Wushuang promised not to reveal anything, if that Sir God wanted to know, he could easily search his soul and this matter would be made public. At that time, the Tianyuan continent would become the target of everyone. We can't let such a tragic situation happen. The 10-mile sword god's expression darkened, and the 10-mile sword beneath his feet flew even faster. Damn it, I don't want to die. If anyone can come out and save my life, I'll be their slave. Li Wushuang shouted. Suddenly, a small village appeared in front of her. The small mountain village was vaguely visible, but they could see a young master in white sitting on a stone bench in the small mountain village. He was stroking a long zither in his hand. His face was handsome and his demeanor was peerless. Come in, the white-robed young master said. Li Wushuang couldn't care less. The white-robed young master in front of her was surrounded by a powerful aura, making it impossible for others to spy on him. But even so, Li Wushuang also knew that the person in front of her was very strong. He was at least at the Divine Lord level. There was even a high chance that he was higher than a Divine Lord. In order to save her life, Li Wushuang rushed in. Damn it, entering the 10-mile sword god controlled the 10-mile sword and was about to enter. However, at this moment, a red glow lit up on his 10-mile sword and stopped him. An anxious voice sounded. Where are you? Hurry up and come back. Don't get close, or you'll die for sure. The anxious voice belonged to Sir God Hongyun. Millions of miles away, Sir God Hongyun, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. If he had not stopped the 10-mile sword god earlier, the 10-mile sword god would have died completely. Yes. Sword god surely frowned. He knew that Sir God Hongyun was the strongest among the Sir Gods. He must not be simple to be able to scare him. Only by living could there be hope. This was the foundation he had built over the years. Therefore, he immediately commanded the 10-mile sword to escape. He wanted to live and return to confirm his identity as the Skeleton Divine Lord. This was the only way. Only then could the Tianyuan continent be preserved. Even if those experts wanted to descend to the lower realm, he could use the power of the Skeleton Divine Realm to suppress them. Meanwhile, in the small mountain village, the white-robed man looked at Li Wushuang and smiled. You came from that forbidden area. Why do you have a familiar aura on you? Chapter 206, Chapter 206, The Mysterious Small Mountain Village, 1. Chapter 206, The mysterious small mountain village. 1. Forbidden land? A familiar aura? Li Wushuang trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. He was dumbfounded. To be able to claim that the forbidden area's aura was familiar, wasn't that a life form in the forbidden area? In other words, he ran from one forbidden zone to another. Oh my God! I don't live. Li Wushuang was completely disheartened. He had never dug up anyone's ancestral grave. Why was his luck so bad? Did he offend someone? It was even more impossible. Who could make him so unlucky? What a joke, who was so brave. Don't worry, one won't kill you. I just need to know where the aura on your body comes from. This aura can help me advance further. Just tell me where the forbidden zone is, and I'll go there myself. I'm the Deqian Divine Lord. It's only a matter of time before I break through to the godly monarch realm. In the future, when one take control of a large domain, you can become the Deqian Divine Lord. The white-robed young master said indifferently. However, his words carried an incomparable domineering charm. Especially the words, Deqian Divine Lords. It shocked Li Wushuang. Divine Lord, the person in charge of the immortal continent, was a divine lord. However, only those in charge of the 3,000 immortal domains could become god kings. Each of the 3,000 immortal domains had 3,000 immortal continents. In other words, one had to be in charge of 9 million immortal continents to become a god king. In the middle, the span is great. Naturally, Deqian Divine Lord, king-level Divine Lord, and quasi-godly monarch were born. The person in charge of a region was the Deqian Divine Lord. The person in charge of the 100 territories was a king-level Divine Lord. The person in charge of the 1,000 territories was a quasi-divine king. Deqian Divine Lord, are you really Deqian Divine Lord? I'm willing to serve. Li Wushuang knelt down, her face filled with excitement. This was a Deqian Divine Lord, not something a small immortal like Divine Lord Yuanyang could compare to. Divine Lord Yuanyang was only in charge of the Yuanyang immortal continent. Such a Divine Lord was not even worth a fingernail in front of Divine Lord Deqian. He could even kill a large number of Divine Lords like him with a sneeze. Even a forbidden land like the Tianyuan continent was nothing in front of Divine Lord Deqian. How could the lower realm's forbidden land be compared to the ordinary world's forbidden land? Completely thrashing him, all right? Very good, you can call me Qi-Qin Divine Lord. The white-robed man smiled faintly. Sir God Qi-Qin? You are Qi-Qin? The Sir God Qi-Qin who killed 2 king-level immortal lords by himself? In the divine world, your name is like thunder. Li Wushuang was even more respectful. Back then, Sir God Qi-Qin had just become a Sir God and he had killed 2 king-level immortal lords by himself. Everyone in the entire God domain knew about this. Originally, everyone in the divine realm thought that Sir God Seven Zither had fallen. He did not expect Sir God Qi-Qin to still be alive. Moreover, it was intact. Li Wushuang stared at Sir God Qi-Qin and was even more certain. Sir God Qi-Qin's realm had long surpassed Sir God Deqian's. It was very likely that he was a quasi-godly monarch. That was a quasi-divine king. He was only one step away from becoming a god king. As long as he took this last step, he would be invincible in the world. Now, can you tell me where the forbidden area you were in was? Qi-Qin asked. Yes, sir. It's a lower realm called the Tianyuan continent. Li Wushuang replied. Tianyuan continent? He had never heard of it before. It was even a lower realm. There was actually a forbidden area in the lower realm? This is interesting. Sir God Seven Zither smiled, then sat down and stroked his zither. As the long zither floated, the somber notes were like cold weapons. Li Wushuang saw that as a musical note shot out, a celestial continent in the air was instantly reduced to ashes. Hundreds of millions of people on the immortal continent instantly turned into blood rain and scattered in the void. Divine Lord is awesome. Li Wushuang, on the other hand, only applauded. Follow me to the lower realm. As Sir God Qi-Qin spoke, his figure flashed and he disappeared with Li Wushuang. Meanwhile, in Red Cloud Temple, Sword God Shirley looked at the heavily injured immortal Master Hongyun and frowned. Immortal Master Hongyun was only trying to stop him. How could he be so heavily injured? Who was that person? That place is a forbidden zone for life. Even the divine lords of the divine world don't dare to enter easily. You almost lost your life, do you know that? Sir God Hongyun said in horror. Deadmire? Sword God 10 Miles frowned. He was not familiar with the Deadmire at all. He had only ascended from the Tianyuan continent, so he knew very little about the divine realm. The Deadmire of life is an existence that the ancient god emperor passed away in meditation. It contains terrifying laws and chaotic killing intent. No matter what cultivator enters the Deadmire of life, they will definitely not be able to come out. Moreover, it's a forbidden area with life. If it wasn't for that existence unintentionally killing you, I'm afraid your soul would have been destroyed long ago. Red Cloud Immortal Lord said solemnly. 10 Miles Sword God frowned when he heard that. Something was wrong. Since it was a forbidden zone, why would the existence of the forbidden zone allow Li Wushuang to enter and let him go? 10 Miles Sword God felt that something was wrong. Something was wrong. Hence, he decided to do it. He told Immortal Lord Hongyun about it. What is it? What? Say that again. The existence in the forbidden area let Li Wushuang in. What's wrong? Immortal Lord Hongyun's eyes widened as she leaped up and grabbed Sword God 10 Miles by his collar. She stared at him and asked. The distance between them was only 0.01 centimeters. Yes, sir. 10 Miles Sword God said in a deep voice. Oh no, this matter must be reported to the Divine King. Otherwise, if the Forbidden Land were to appear, the entire Divine Realm would be in great terror. Hongyun Divine Lord let go of the Sword God of 10 Miles and knelt down to a red cloud portrait behind him. Lord Divine King, the birth of the Deadmire, please save the Divine Realm from the calamity. After saying that, Sir God Hongyun used his 2 fingers and his sword to cut a slit between his eyebrows. 2 drops of blood with red light flew out from his forehead. Soon, the blood entered the red cloud painting. Buzz! The red cloud portrait trembled. Then, red clouds floated out of the portrait like flames. In the next moment, a tall man appeared. He was furious, and the red cloud in between his eyebrows was extremely dazzling. His entire face looked very ordinary, but his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Just by standing there, he felt that the surrounding space seemed to be twisting and trembling. Hongyun? After so many years, his cultivation progress was too slow. Divine King Hongyun looked at Sir God Hongyun. Greetings, God King. One was too lazy. Sir God Hongyun did not dare to refute him. He knelt on the ground and shivered. Forget it, the Forbidden Land has appeared. I'll make a trip. Divine King Red Cloud said indifferently. There was no joy or sorrow in her voice. No emotions could be heard. However, in the next moment, he directly tore open the space in front of him. He stepped forward. Chapter 207, Chapter 207. The Gourd Emperor was exploded, 1. Chapter 207. The Gourd Emperor was exploded, 1. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight shone on Xiao Changtian's thick lips and straight nose. Xiao Changtian smiled knowingly. He stuck out his tongue to feel the warmth of the sun and got up from the big soft bed. At the same time, he touched the white tiger beside him. Meow dash. The white tiger let out an angry cry, its white and round head rubbing against Xiao Changtian's palm. The weather is good, but there are still 2 months before winter and the new year. This year should be much livelier than before. The small courtyard should be doubled. There are so many people. Xiao Changtian thought about it and decided to find more people to double the size of the small courtyard. He casually picked up 2 pieces of gold and knocked them on his ears. With 2 tinkling sounds, Xiao Changtian smiled faintly and said 2 words before walking out of the room. It sounds good. Jiao, find me 50 craftsmen. One want to renovate and expand the courtyard in the shortest time possible. Xiao Changtian called Mu Jiehuang over and ordered. Yes. Mu Jiehuang nodded. It was difficult to find 50 craftsmen. After all, everyone cultivated different cultivation techniques. They couldn't build houses like the elders of the heaven-building sect. However, building a house for his master. Ordinary people couldn't do it either. At the very least, he wouldn't be a martial monarch realm expert. Great Emperor, I have one. I'll find those great emperors. Hee, I'll also find the dark chamber to settle the score. Mu Jiehuang smiled faintly. She made up her mind and ran away. At the same time. First domain. A few great emperors were cultivating, surrounded by a yellow mist. The yellow mist had been collected by them a few days ago. They discovered that using this yellow stench to cultivate, although the smell was very unpleasant, the speed of cultivation improvement was very fast. I've become a 5th grade great emperor. He's only a 5th rank and has already broken through to the 6th rank. This yellow Ling power is a good thing. That ancient emperor couldn't help but take a deep breath. Awesome. This is eking refreshing. If I had known earlier, one would have collected more. This is good stuff. The great emperor said with an intoxicated expression. As he spoke, he took out a transparent crystal gourd. Inside the crystal gourd was half a bottle of yellow mist. He shook the gourd and said with a faint smile, "Who wants another puff? One can sell him some." Dozens of emperors were staring at the gourd. The yellow mist could allow one to break through easily. It was a supreme divine mist. I want a mouthful. I'll use my superior grade spirit weapon to exchange for it. Go to hell. What's a high-grade spiritual weapon? I have an aphrodisiac pill here. One know you need it. I can give you my cultivation technique. I'll leave my back door for you today. Give it to me. Give it to me. The group of ancient emperors were like children, each taking out their most valuable items and fighting over them. This yellow spiritual energy was really too rare. No one knew if this kind of yellow spiritual energy would be produced in the future. However, in the midst of the fighting, boom! A violent sound was like a mountain collapsing. The entire first domain trembled violently, stirring up dust that covered the sky and completely blocking everyone's vision. However, all of them were ancient emperors, and their methods were extraordinary. In an instant, the dust that obscured their vision was blown away by a strong wind. Then, everyone saw a lonely small mountain village suddenly land in front of them. What the hell? This is our territory. Did fellow Taoist park your flying magic treasure in the wrong place? Who are you? Why are you hiding? Come out. The great emperors looked at the small mountain village in front of them with puzzled expressions. Buzz. However, in the next moment, a zither tune sounded. The sound of the zither was like a heavy star that instantly crushed the great emperors present. Countless great emperors couldn't withstand this terrifying pressure and knelt on the ground. They looked like they were in pain and struggled crazily. However, in front of this terrifying aura, they couldn't struggle at all. In fact, the more he struggled, the more terrifying the power became. The gourd emperor tried to resist, but the mountain-like weight pushed him to the ground. The transparent crystal gourd in his hand rolled out. Oh, what dense spiritual energy! Bring it over for me. Sir God 7 Zither caressed his zither, his face filled with joy. He could feel that the yellow spiritual energy contained in the gourd was extremely dense and pure. In fact, it would also be of great benefit to his cultivation. Yes, sir. Li Wushuang quickly nodded and ran over to take the crystal gourd. Retract. Sir God 7 Zither let out a soft shout, and the yellow spirit weapon in the transparent gourd entered his body through his nose. He frowned slightly, because he smelled something fishy. However, in the next moment, his furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and his expression turned into joy. He could feel that the yellow mist was like rain nourishing the meridians in his body, giving him the urge to break through at any moment. As expected of a forbidden area, What dense spiritual energy! Sir God Seven Zither could not help but praise him. He was even more delighted with this trip to the Tianyuan continent. Tell me where this yellow spiritual energy comes from. As long as you tell me, you won't have to die. Sir God Chichin's cold voice carried an aura that could not be defied. Hearing this, the group of great emperors who were prostrating on the ground trembled. The person in front of them was too powerful. It made them feel a cold aura. It was as if death was enveloping them. However, they did not know where this yellow mist came from. If they had known, they would have gone to snatch the source of the yellow mist long ago. We don't know. This yellow mist was formed all of a sudden and came very quickly. We don't know where it came from. That's right. This yellow fog only existed for a day and a night before disappearing. We had no way of detecting it. The great emperors explained. Do you want to die? You're still hiding it from our master. Do you want to die? Li Wushuang roared angrily. We really don't know. Emperor Gord explained. However, Li Wushuang didn't listen to any explanation. She threw a punch at Emperor Gord, sending him flying back more than 10 meters. Then, Li Wushuang turned her attention to the remaining great emperors. You ants, if you don't answer properly, die. Li Wushuang slapped down with her hand, and the situation became extremely dangerous. Stop! At this moment, a voice rang out. Chapter 208 Chapter 208 Divine King Red Cloud Descends Alai. Chapter 208 Divine King Red Cloud Descends Alai. Stop! It was Mu Jiahuang. Hearing Mu Jiahuang's voice, Li Wushuang frowned slightly, but she didn't stop. She had to kill these ants. He had been beaten up by a small fry on the Tianyuan continent, so he had to seek justice. Boom! The mountain-like palm continued to slam down on the great emperor. Help, I don't want to die. Help! The great emperors closed their eyes helplessly and shouted for help. However, all of them knew that in front of this terrifying pressure, almost no one was their match. No one could save them. Damn it, you can't hear me, right? Mu Jiahuang was furious. These people were used to build a house for their master. Now that they were killed, what about the repair work of the small courtyard? Mu Jiahuang was a dignified empress, so she naturally didn't lack the momentum to retaliate. Even Li Wushuang couldn't help but tremble. She was obviously intimidated by his aura. You, an ant, you deserve to die. Li Wushuang realized that she had been intimidated by Mu Jiahuang's aura just now and instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. The huge palm print in the void turned around and slapped towards Mu Jiahuang. Boom! The terrifying vital essence giant hand directly crushed down on Mu Jiahuang. Hee, die for me, you ant, you deserve to die. Li Wushuang roared. She was sure that her palm would definitely kill Mu Jiahuang. Very quickly. This mountain-like palm print directly slapped down on Mu Jiahuang. The huge force shattered the ground, and a huge pit appeared under the ground. The pit was bottomless and extremely dark. Smoke and dust filled the sky. Haha, he's dead, right? You dare to order me around? You still dare to scare me? Do you think you can scare me? An ant from the lower realm, you deserve to die. Li Wushuang shouted with a sinister smile on her face. Veins were popping out on her neck. It's true that I'm scaring you. Suddenly, Mu Jiahuang's voice rang out again from behind Li Wushuang. What? When Li Wushuang heard Mu Jiahuang's voice, she was so frightened that she took a dozen steps back. However, because of her panic, she staggered and fell to the ground. Aren't you not afraid? Mu Jiahuang smiled faintly. Her red lips curled up and her eyes were filled with contempt. She knew this person. She had heard from the red-tail-bottomed monkey that he was from the divine realm. However, he was beaten up by perfected Qing Yun and the others. Sneak attack. It doesn't count, it doesn't count. If you have the ability, take another attack from me. Li Wushuang said in a panic. Two hands were like hungry tigers pouncing on food. Two huge true essence handprints fell on Mu Jiahuang. In an instant, The wind and clouds surged, and the surrounding hills began to collapse. Waves surged on the sea, directly raising huge waves that were hundreds of feet tall. "One want you dead." Li Wushuang was furious. Why? The people from the lower realm were going to slap him in the face one after another. He was going to be by Sir God Seven Zither's side and become a Deqian divine lord. Boom! The two gray palm prints merged together, and even the remaining power made the great emperors beside them unable to stand up. So boring. Mu Jiawang's two fingers were put together, forming the shape of a chess piece. In an instant, two large golden fingers appeared in the sky. Gotcha! In an instant, the golden fingers directly pinched the two gray palms together. Then Mu Jiahuang exerted a little force, and the two gray palms instantly exploded and disappeared into thin air. What was that? How was this possible? I'm using my full strength. Quote. Li Wushuang was shocked. These people are going to build houses for us. Leave, I won't kill you. Mu Jiahuang said indifferently. She was extremely satisfied with her attack just now. This was a divine power that she had comprehended by observing the posture of the heaven-swallowing dog. High-tier divine power. Looks like this place is indeed a forbidden area. Who is the strongest existence in this forbidden area? Ask him to come and see me. At this moment, Qi Qin's voice sounded. He gently stroked the strings of the zither with a calm expression. Get Master to see you? You wish. Mu Jiahuang rolled her eyes at him and called out to the great emperors, You guys, come back with me to build a house. Those great emperors were confused. They were great emperors, and they were actually being asked to build houses. But now, if they didn't leave, they might lose their lives. After hesitating for seconds, the great emperors present chose to follow Mu Jiahuang to build a house. Then let's go. Mu Jiahuang counted the number of people. There were about 30 people. Including Tang Ritian, Taoist Xingyun, Kong Xiang, and the others, there were exactly 50 people. Just like that. Mu Jiahuang brought everyone and was about to leave. Clang! The sound of a solemn zither was heard. The musical note turned into an invisible blade light that slashed the ground in front of him, tearing the first domain into two. I can let you leave here alive. However, if the most powerful existence in this world doesn't come to see me after 3 hours, then 1 foot 11 inches destroy sect after sect. Divine Lord Seven Zither gently stroked his zither as he sat upright on the spot. His expression was calm, but beneath his calmness, there seemed to be a monstrous killing intent that could not be disobeyed. The great emperors all shivered. There was nothing they could do. Qi Qin's power was too terrifying. He could easily take their lives. It was impossible for them not to be afraid. Let's go. Mu Jiahuang replied casually and left with everyone. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? How could a noob be so arrogant? Mu Jiahuang really couldn't understand. Ever since that day, the spiritual energy of the Tianyuan continent had become extremely dense. Everyone's cultivation had experienced a great breakthrough. With the books that their master had given them, even they themselves were not sure of their current strength. He just looked at the person playing the zither in front of him. As long as he used the second divine power of the Earth Dog Fist, he could completely defeat him. It was not even troublesome. So what if he came from the divine realm? Stronger than Master. Mu Jiahuang said disdainfully in her heart. After Mu Jiahuang left, God King Hongyun slowly descended from the sky. As a godly king, it was still somewhat difficult for him to travel between the two realms. He had paid a huge price to come down from the immortal realm. The spiritual energy in the lower realm was actually so dense? The Red Cloud Snake King's expression changed. He frowned and scanned the space with his spiritual will. He found a trace of yellow fog in the space. What kind of spiritual energy is this? Immortal Lord Hongyun was stunned for a moment, then her figure flashed. In the next moment, she appeared at the place where the yellow clouds were dancing, and she picked it up one by one. Chapter 209, Chapter 209. Let you understand the gap between us. Underscore. Chapter 209. Let you understand the gap between us. Underscore I. What dense spiritual energy. Even the spiritual energy of the divine world is somewhat inferior in comparison? Divine King Red Cloud's face was solemn. Moreover, he felt that if he absorbed this ball of yellow fog, his cultivation would increase once again. Although it was small, a fly was still meat. Divine King Red Cloud swallowed the yellow spiritual energy. In an instant, his body shook, and the yellow fog swam through his body. The laws that he had not completely comprehended before suddenly became clear. This is simply unbelievable. What treasure is this? Divine King Red Cloud's face was filled with disbelief. Just this ball of yellow mist had allowed his cultivation to break through to this realm. If he could obtain a large amount of yellow fog, wouldn't he be able to advance further? God King Red Cloud was overjoyed and even forgot about the forbidden area. God King Red Cloud's figure flashed, instantly turning into a stream of light and disappearing. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian was playing chess with Alpha. Not bad, you can spend so many stones with me now. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. Woof woof. Alpha received his reward and nodded seriously, his face filled with joy. This was the first time Master had praised him. However, this time I only used half of the power of the first layer. Keep up the good work. Xiao Changtian smiled. Wuh. Alpha lowered his head again, his face filled with disappointment. Master is actually using less power. Then how was he supposed to play against Master? Doubtful dog lives. Ha. Looking at Alpha's aggrieved and cute appearance, Xiao Changtian rubbed his dog head and smiled happily. I'm in a good mood today, so it's suitable for playing the piano. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Yi Fan, go to my room and take out my zither. Yes, sir. Yi Fan, who was chopping firewood, nodded when he heard that. He put the axe on his waist and then walked into Xiao Changtian's room, taking out the long zither. You guys should sit down too. Today, I will play a song on the zither. Xiao Changtian looked at Wang Miaoshou, Li Taibai, and the others. Master wants to play the zither? Su Daji asked in confusion. Yes, I want to hear Senior play the zither. I want to be the first. Chu Iren was the first to run over, her face filled with joy. Master wants to play the zither. Take our baby over to listen. Under the influence of Master's zither, we can cultivate our talent from a young age. Li Taibai caressed her bulging belly. Being stared at by everyone, Bai Ling Shuang's face turned red. Stop fooling around. There are so many people. Bai Ling Shuang quickly moved away. Diwu Zheng, you dog, you actually made me eat dog food. I want to cut ties with you. Diwu Zheng said with gritted teeth. However, the next moment, just as he finished cursing, he felt a cold, killing intent descend on his head. In his sea of consciousness, a heaven-swallowing dog that used the stars as a chessboard suddenly walked over and looked down at him coldly. What about the dog? Aren't you happy to eat dog food? The heaven-swallowing dog asked coldly. Its powerful aura made Diwu Zheng unable to breathe, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior, I was wrong. I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about that dog Li Taibai. Diwu Zheng hurriedly explained. However, the more he explained, the more solid and fierce the heaven-swallowing dog's aura became. Senior, I was wrong, Diwu Zheng said hurriedly. Only when Xiao Changtian's zither music sounded did the heaven-swallowing dog retract its aura. Clang! In the beginning, Xiao Changtian was just testing his zither. After all, he hadn't used it much in the years he had been here. He didn't know if it was still useful. Not bad, there's actually no dust falling. Xiao Changtian looked at the dust-free zither, which seemed to have been renovated, and nodded in satisfaction. Clang! Immediately after, the ethereal and deep sound of the zither rang out again. It was melodious and melodious. Everyone gradually became immersed in it, as if they had seen a distant valley. The sound of the zither lingered in the air. Xiao Changtian gradually entered a state of selflessness as he played the zither. Just like that, the news slowly spread out from the street where the small courtyard was located to the entire Daong town. Slowly, the further it went, the wider it became. However, Xiao Changtian knew nothing about this. Whether it was mortals or cultivators, as long as they heard this zither sound, they all fell into silence. The fatigue, illness, and pain of mortals disappeared in an instant. As for the cultivators, under the sound of the zither, the realm barrier in their dantian instantly began to collapse and disintegrate as if it was formed by a canal. Their cultivation directly broke through the realm barrier. Wang. In countless sects, cultivators broke through one after another. In the Qingyun sect, perfected Qingyun and Lian Shenin, who were doing sit-ups on the big bed, were in high spirits when Lian Shenin suddenly sat up and pushed perfected Qingyun away. She closed her eyes and began to listen to the song seriously. What a profound song! Lian Shenin was intoxicated. The long zither on the ring flew out automatically, and the strings followed suit. The spiraling sound of the zither seemed to have become the only sound in the world. The zither music continued forward, passing through mountains and seas. Gradually, it filled the entire continent. He even came to the first domain. The moment he arrived in the first domain, Divine Lord Qi-Qin's zither began to tremble as if it was trying to resist the sound. However, after struggling for less than a second, the long zither started vibrating. Sir God 7 Zither frowned. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the zither. A white light appeared on his hands, wanting to press the zither down and stop it from vibrating. However, buzz! A musical note shot out, turning into a saber beam that instantly cut his face, leaving a wound. Pissed! A bloody wound appeared on Qi-Qin's face. Damn it! Are you challenging me? Or is he challenging me with the zither Dao that I'm best at? Sir God 7 Zither was furious. He believed that the existence in this forbidden land was challenging him. Won't accept this challenge. Sir God 7 Zither said angrily. Then he forcefully used his true essence to suppress the zither. Although the zither was still restless, he had already controlled it and began to pluck the strings. Since you're challenging me with the Tao of music, I'll let you understand the gap between us. Between you and me, I will let you understand who is the ant. Sir God 7 Zither raged and started to counterattack. Chapter 210 Divine Lord Qi-Qin defeated. Chapter 210 Divine Lord Qi-Qin defeated. Clang! Divine Lord Qi-Qin placed 2 fingers on the strings of the zither. The white light pressed down on the strings, preventing them from moving. Then his pinky played a musical note. The note was like a blade. The moment it appeared, it tore the space in front of it. A mere lower realm forbidden land dares to be so impudent? Didn't that mean that fireflies couldn't compete with the bright moon for brilliance? Sir God 7 Zither said angrily. His face was filled with excitement. It had been many years since anyone had challenged him. A musical note moved. In an instant, the space was filled with murderous sounds. This note turned from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. It was as if it could be replicated infinitely, and it instantly spread out into the space in front of him. Dang dang dang. Qi-Qin Divine Lord's notes stopped Xiao Changtian's music on the sea. The two collided on the surface of the sea, and thousands of terrifying auras tore through space. Even the surface of the sea was torn apart by the collision of these two extreme forces. At the edge of the chasm, whether it was the shark demon emperor or the ordinary fish, they were all torn apart by this power. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian was intoxicated by the sound. It was as if the entire world was filled with this kind of sound. Endless sounds tore through space. Even the airflow in the space seemed to have changed. Xiao Changtian frowned slightly. He felt that his zither music seemed to be blocked by something. How did this happen? Xiao Changtian was confused. He twirled the zither slowly, moving his 10 fingers on the zither and changing the notes. He admired it for a while. A gentle sound rang out from the sea where Sir God Chi-Chin was. The gentle sound of the zither was like Tai Chi. Soft, melodious, nowhere to start. This caused Divine Lord Chi-Chin's musical note attacks to be rendered useless. Test me? Then you have to bear the price of probing. Sir God's seven zither said angrily. Because Xiao Changtian's zither music had become soft, he had gained time and could use all the zither strings in a short time. Clang! Chi-Chin Divine Lord played extremely heavily this time. The huge sound of the zither was like a raging wave that tore through everything in an instant. His zither music turned into a ferocious beast that shattered everything in front of him in an instant. It moved towards Xiao Changtian's soft music. See if I don't tear you apart. Then understand the difference between you and me. Sir God Seven Zither laughed maniacally, his expression ferocious. To him, as long as he could tear everything apart and defeat the strongest existence in the Forbidden Zone, he would be able to become a God King. Moreover, the godly king that he advanced to was not an ordinary godly king. If he, Sir God Chi-Chin, wanted to kill a godly monarch, he could do it. If he became a God King, then he would be the true number one person in the divine realm. God Monarch realm experts were invincible. Not far away. God King Red Cloud was looking for the yellow mist and happened to sense the two extreme forces on the surface of the sea. What a powerful force! There's another Divine King descending? Divine King Red Cloud was still searching for the yellow mist, but she stopped at that moment. The two forces in front of him were too terrifying. Even Sir God Hongyun felt a sense of fear. This was because this power was actually on par with his. Let's wait and see here. God King Red Cloud chose to observe and wait patiently, following his heart. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided, causing the entire sea to surge violently. It was extremely dangerous. Let's see how long you can last. Seven Zither God laughed, because he could feel that the soft zither music in the space before him was about to disappear. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian closed his eyes and sat quietly. His furrowed brows relaxed. So it's just some noise. Then can I just speak louder? Xiao Changtian smiled faintly and played his zither. In an instant he raised the pitch of his voice. Ah, collapse, collapse. Daring to compete with Sir Divine Lord Chi-Chin in Guqin Dao was simply courting death. Li Wushuang looked at the soft zither music that was about to disappear on the sea and congratulated. Sir God Chi-Chin was delighted to be flattered. Destroy! Sir God Seven Zither shouted loudly. His zither music transformed into the most terrifying saber light. The saber light shattered space and shattered everything. He wanted to completely shatter Xiao Changtian's zither music. However, at the next moment, the originally soft and weak zither music suddenly raised its pitch. Bang! All of a sudden, the zither sound and saber light shattered into countless pieces. What? Sir God Chi-Chin was shocked and his face was filled with horror. Everything that was happening was too terrifying. There was actually someone who could shatter his zither music in the sound path. It was simply unbelievable. In an instant, the raised pitch was like a tsunami that surged toward Sir God Chi-Chin. Buzz! In the face of this terrifying power, Divine Lord Chi-Chin was unable to retaliate at all. He flew backward in an instant and the strings on his zither broke instantly. In an instant. In just an instant. The situation on the field had completely changed. In the space in front of him, Xiao Changtian's zither music was unimpeded and continued to advance. Divine Lord. Li Wushuang had wanted to help Divine Lord Chi-Chin up, but the sound of the zither had struck his head, causing him to faint instantly. Well, there's no more noise now. Xiao Changtian, who was in the courtyard, smiled faintly. His brows relaxed and he continued to play the zither. The sound of the zither lingered. What happened? It seems like one of the powers has been defeated? Divine King Red Cloud sensed the changes in front of her and revealed a puzzled expression. Then, his figure flashed and instantly headed to the battlefield in front of him. What is it? Sir God Chi-Chin? Divine King Red Cloud turned pale with fright. It was actually Sir God Chi-Chin. It was rumored that Sir God Chi-Chin had died. Moreover, what Chi-Chin carried was the aura of the Forbidden Land. Could it be that Chi-Chin has inherited the will of the Forbidden Land? In an instant, Divine King Red Cloud turned pale with fright. He was extremely terrified and retreated continuously. The Divine Lord Chi-Chin who had been infected was a great threat to him. It could even kill him. But such an existence was actually knocked unconscious in the lower realm. No, that's not right. This is not a simple lower realm. This is a forbidden zone. This is another forbidden zone. Sir God Hongyun's face changed and he fled in a panic. In an instant, he disappeared. Even if it was me, I'm afraid that there's only a possibility of me dying in the forbidden area of the lower realm, Hongyun Divine Lord said with a solemn face. However, what awaited him was not the doubts of the crowd. Instead, it was a burst of laughter. No way, Hongyun. How many years had it been? You're actually starting to be afraid of RHE lower realm. A yellow-haired God King said. That's right. Hongyun, you've always liked to joke around. It's better to not joke around like this. The Black Sky Deity King said. Divine King Red Cloud, we are currently discussing the matter of realms. Don't disrupt our rhythm. If you want to tell a joke, wait for an hour. The mocking laughter of the God Kings rang out one after another. In the eyes of these godly kings, the lower realm was like an ant that could be destroyed with a flip of their hands. Even if there was a forbidden zone in the lower realm, it was nothing in their eyes. In the era when the godly emperors and godly emperors appeared, their godly kings were invincible existences. The divine light was still invincible in the divine realm, let alone a mere lower realm. All the God Kings present had looks of disdain on their faces. They all thought that God King Red Cloud was joking. I swear on the blood of the godly king that I definitely saw a forbidden zone in the lower realm. There's a terrifying existence in this forbidden area. It's definitely a terrifying existence. God King Red Cloud, who was in disbelief, directly forced out a drop of God King's blood. He swore on the blood of the godly king and said seriously. Until this moment, when everyone saw God King Red Cloud's grave expression, they stopped mocking her. Hongyun, are you serious? A God King truly couldn't believe it. Absolutely. Divine King Red Cloud nodded, her expression extremely grave. Let's go. We will follow you to the lower realm to take a look. That's right, that's right. With so many godly kings, even if there's a terrifying existence in the lower realm, we can still destroy this forbidden land in a short period of time. Let's go to the lower realm together. The Celestial King mentioned it. Following that, many casualties had to follow Divine King Red Cloud to the lower realm. They didn't believe that there would be any terrifying forbidden zones in the next round. However, Divine King Red Cloud swore with the blood of a divine king. This matter was indeed a thorny matter for them. Let's go, let's go. Instantly, figures flew out of the God King Palace. They turned into streaks of light and descended from the divine realm onto the Tianyuan continent. It's just an ordinary lower realm. What's there to be curious about? Divine King Red Cloud, you're really something. You can even make such a joke. Aren't there a few ants here? Let's go and get rid of the ants now. Amongst them, the God Kings laughed and extended their hands. A terrifying power enveloped the two cultivators beside them. Instantly, the two cultivators from the Tianyuan continent were directly captured by the God King. Aren't they just two ants? Watch me kill them. The God King laughed loudly and threw the two tribulation transcending experts out wantonly. Then he kicked them directly and lifted them up like a ball. Ah! The two tribulation transceivers revealed painful expressions on their faces as they shouted in panic. Not far away, Xiao Changtian, who was bringing Alpha to find the craftsman, also saw this. There are still people who dare to bully others? Chapter 212 Build Me a House 1 Chapter 212, Build Me a House 1. What are you guys doing? In the future, when he saw the godly king in front of him bullying two people, and those two people were ordinary in his eyes, they had no cultivation at all. This included the god kings. All of them were as thin as a stick. You was just because they had more people and fewer people. Yes, who are you? TM getting old and old get lost. Hee, can't you see what we're doing? Do you want to try it too? Those god kings stared at Xiao Changtian and swept their eyes over. They found that Xiao Changtian didn't have any cultivation base or a fluctuation. He was just a mortal. A mortal dared to meddle in their affairs. You're courting death. One of the godly kings directly grabbed it with his hand, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, this claw of his would definitely be able to turn Xiao Changtian into dust. You guys really need to be educated. I'll teach you a good lesson today. Xiao Changtian was furious. The thing he hated the most in his life was bullying others. Not to mention this kind of mortal bullying mortal. In this world of immortal cultivators, mortals had already been exploited by immortal cultivators. But these mortals actually wanted to fight among themselves. He couldn't bear it. Xiao Changtian rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the dozen godly kings. His physical strength had improved again. Although he might not be able to defeat an immortal cultivator. However, facing a few mortals, he felt that he could still easily deal with them. Bang! Xiao Changtian used his fist to meet the god king's claw. In an instant, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The god king's entire arm had been turned into a crescent-like shape, and he let out a painful cry. The god king turned into a rubber ball and was sent flying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone present turned pale with fright. This ordinary mortal in front of him had actually sent God King White Eyebrows flying with a single punch. No. This person was definitely not a mortal. It was very likely that he was a god king who had hidden his cultivation. Just like them, they had descended from the divine realm to the mortal realm. Let's attack together. 11. Attack together. Instantly, the group of godly kings reacted. This person in front of them was not simple. They definitely could not go up and fight him alone. Each of them erupted with their aura, wanting to unleash their full strength. Woof! At this moment, Alpha roared from the side. Following that, a huge divine dog appeared in the minds of these godly kings. That divine dog used the stars as chess pieces and the vast universe as a chessboard. Then, it walked out of the chaos and opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to devour the sky and the moon. The terrifying aura was like a huge mountain, suppressing them until they could not breathe. Even the cultivation in his dantian had condensed. Bang 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 bang. After that, all the godly kings were sent flying by Xiao Changtian's punch like rubber balls. Ah! Countless godly kings fell to the ground. If they were not godly kings, they would probably have died immediately. They shouted crazily. His voice was filled with fear and pain. It hurts so much. A god king shouted out. His face was pale as if he was going to die in the next moment. Thank you for saving me, senior. Thank you for saving me, senior. The two tribulation-passing cultivators were saved. The yellow-haired man thanked Xiao Changtian. They did not expect this either. The mortal in front of him actually had such great power. He was actually able to defeat an expert they thought was invincible. All right, you two can go first. Xiao Changtian waved his hand and let the two of them leave first. He had to educate these people lying on the ground today. Let them understand how it feels to be bullied. Bang 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 bang. A few more punches landed. Those godly kings lying on the ground directly fainted and lost consciousness. Isn't he too weak? Xiao Changtian was confused. However, he immediately felt relieved. These people in front of him were just mortals, and he had the system's support for martial arts and physical points. It was already very good that these mortals could withstand a few of his punches. However, If he were to face those immortal cultivators, he would definitely have no chance of winning. Sigh, this stupid system still won't let me start on the path of invincibility. Xiao Changtian couldn't help but curse in his heart. If he could activate his invincible cultivation right now, he would definitely be able to bring everyone on the Tianyuan continent to the divine realm. Several hours passed. These god icings did not wake up either. How troublesome. I even had to wake them up. Xiao Changtian couldn't help but complain. Following that, he took out the silver needles that he carried with him and smashed them on the heads of the dozen or so godly kings a few times. These godly kings began to wake up. Don't come over. I was wrong. Don't come over. Then, Noodles, please let us go. All the god kings present knelt on the ground one after another. Their faces were filled with fear as they hurriedly begged for mercy. In their eyes, Xiao Changtian was like a devil. Humph! Weren't you all very arrogant just now? The comparison of their attitudes before and after is simply two different kinds of people. Do you know how it feels to be bullied now? Do you still dare to bully others in the future? Xiao Changtian snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on the dozen people in front of him. The dozen or so God Emperor realm experts trembled when they saw this. He hurriedly begged for mercy on the ground. I understand. We won't dare to bully anyone in the future. Please let us go. We can agree to any condition you want. Yes, no matter what the conditions are. A group of god kings hurriedly said. To them, the most important thing was to be able to survive. In front of such a terrifying monster, they were willing to hand out their own life treasures. Forget it. I didn't mean to target you. Since you're willing to pay a price, then go and repair my house. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Repair the house. The dozen or so godly kings were stunned, and their expressions instantly changed drastically. That was because they remembered that God King Red Cloud had once told them that this was a forbidden area. To build a house in the forbidden zone, didn't that mean that it had to be in the forbidden zone? Although they were godly monarchs, they did not have the guts to enter the restricted area either. The forbidden zone was too dangerous. It was so dangerous that they did not even dare to imagine it. Senior, can we not go? A god king could not help but ask. This is not up to you. Xiao Changtian laughed. Chapter 213 Shall we eat fish? Chapter 213 Shall we eat fish? Very quickly. Under Xiao Changtian's lead, the god kings arrived at the courtyard. Go and do it with them. If there's anything you don't know, ask the foreman. Xiao Changtian pointed at the heaven-building sect elder who was commanding the scene. Repair the house. Until this moment, only then did the god kings reveal expressions of realization. It turned out that it was really just to repair the house. To repair the house in front of him. Senior doesn't plan to kill us? Senior actually asked us to only repair the house. What is going on? I'm not sure. The great emperors communicated with each other through true origin voice transmission. To them, this was simply unbelievable. Such a terrifying senior was actually in such a dilapidated courtyard. And now he was using a few ants to build a house. They were puzzled. However, he didn't dare to not do it. In front of such a terrifying senior, they were only ants. They had to carry out the senior's orders. An existence that could become a godly king, each and every one of them were not simple people. They all imitated the movements of the great emperors and learned how to build houses in a very short period of time. Not bad, you're quite fast. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. He did not expect this. The dozen or so people he brought back were actually good at repairing houses. Looks like one have good taste. In the small courtyard, the renovation of the house was in full swing. Meanwhile, in the nine-tailed fox clan, Sir God Chi-Chin woke up. Where am I? Sir God Chi-Chin's voice was cold as he stared at the nine-tailed fox first elder. Divine Lord, this is the nine-tailed fox clan. The nine-tailed fox race's first elder replied. He felt suffocated and unable to breathe just by facing Chi-Chin's aura. Nine-tailed fox clan. Why did you save me? Sir God Seven Zither frowned and asked in confusion. Sir God, these are the orders of the demon god. The great elder of the nine-tailed fox clan said respectfully. Demon god. Upon hearing the words demon god, Sir God Chi-Chin was stunned. It's me. Then, a green light suddenly flew out from the palm of the nine-tailed fox race's first elder and condensed into a phantom. The figure before him was almost identical to the demon god clone from before. I want you to help me kill someone. Chu Iren. The demon god said calmly, before conjuring a portrait of Chu Iren. All. In the small courtyard. Chu Iren, who was resting in her room, suddenly woke up with a start. She had a very scary dream. She dreamed that one day she suddenly became someone else. Her forehead was filled with beads of sweat. She didn't know why, but the terrifying dream from when she was young came back to her. I'd better go find Senior. Chu Iren stood up and walked out of the room to look for Xiao Chongteng. She was the happiest when she was with Xiao Chongteng. At the same time, it was also the time when she felt the safest. It seemed that as long as she stayed with Xiao Chongtian, she would never be in danger. Night gradually fell. The construction in the small courtyard also stopped. Because Xiao Chongtian needed to sleep at night. If the construction was carried out at night, it would disturb Xiao Chongtian's sleep. What's going on in this lower realm? Why would such a terrifying person exist? What do you think? Hong Yun, it's all because of you. If not for you, we wouldn't have come to the lower realm. This place is too terrifying. It's all your fault. Instantly. The dozen or so God Kings all pointed their spearheads at God King Red Cloud. To them. Now, he was not thinking of escaping but venting his anger on the Red Cloud divine warriors. Because there was no way for them to escape. Divine King Red Cloud was speechless. Forget it. There's no point in pursuing responsibility now. Let's focus on repairing Senior's house first. That's right. This Senior doesn't look like someone who would casually kill. We should still have a chance to escape. The two goddessings who had maintained their rationality said. Everyone could only nod helplessly. Coo. Just as they nodded helplessly, Phoenix walked past them. He even rolled his eyes at them. Damn it, even a chicken dares to mock us. Kill him and eat the meat. Right, kill them and eat them. We've been godly kings for so many years and can already fast, but we've completely forgotten what meat tastes like. Good suggestion. Go catch them. The dozen or so god kings all revealed excited expressions. To them, entering this forbidden area and being captured to repair a house was already a bellyful of anger. But there was no place to vent. Now, even a chicken dared to mock them. It was just the right time for them to have a breakthrough. I'll do it. God King Red Cloud stood out. He had been misunderstood by everyone and now everyone was pushing all the blame onto him. He was very unhappy. He stood up, stretched out his hand and grabbed Phoenix. Hee, I'll stew you and eat meat in a while. Ha! God King Red Cloud laughed with pride. They might not be able to defeat the terrifying old monsters in this realm, but they could not possibly not defeat a chicken. However, the next moment he was stunned. The true source palm print that he had grabbed out was instantly shattered into powder by the Phoenix's gaze. How is that possible? God King Red Cloud was stunned. She could not tell what was happening. Hong Yun, can you do it? Let me catch it. The ground beside him could not stand it anymore. Divine King Red Cloud actually said that she could not even catch a chicken now. It simply disappointed them. Immediately after, the God King at the side stood up. He directly grabbed out another true essence palm print and grabbed towards the old hen. However, at the next moment, his palm print was also instantly shattered. Then, in their minds, a terrifying phantom that was emitting an endless fire domain suddenly appeared. That phantom stood at the end of the heavens, causing the heavens to tremble. Phoenix. It's a phoenix. There's actually a phoenix in this place. Instantly, those godly kings directly knelt down. In front of the terrifying phantom of the phoenix, they did not have the strength to retaliate at all. However, Phoenix only rolled her eyes at them and ignored them. Let's change something to eat. Look at the golden arowana in the pond. Yes, 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 that golden arowana. The group of divine lords echoed and grabbed at the golden arowana in the pond. Chapter 214, Chapter 214. Senior, you were amazing last night alive. Chapter 214. Senior, you were amazing last night alive. One don't believe that I can't even catch a fish. This is a top-grade golden arowana. The meat is definitely fresh and tender. The Red Cloud Divine Net smiled confidently. Ever since he had arrived on the Tianyuan continent, he had been filled with grievance. Even as a god king, he was overjoyed just by catching a fish. However, just as his hands were about to grab the golden arowana, his entire person stopped in midair. The divine essence in his entire body dissipated and he directly fell to the ground. Hongyun, why are you? The other god kings looked at God King Red Cloud fall to the ground and asked. But halfway through they stopped. In the void before him, a golden dragon appeared. The dragon's body was incomparably huge. Even the stars in the sky and the vast universe were like sand ants in front of the dragon. The dragon's entire body emitted a golden suppressive light. The golden light shone in the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. The dragon's eyes emitted a pressure that shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Over 10 godly kings directly knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves. They trembled and did not dare to get up. Spare me, divine dragon. Spare me. The god kings spoke with trembling voices. A few breaths later, the golden arowana in the pond jerked, and a ball of water splashed out, hitting the heads of the dozen or so god kings. Sensing the coldness of the pond water, the dozen or so godly kings finally felt that the terrifying aura of the giant dragon had already disappeared. The god kings were dumbfounded. In the small courtyard, the chicken was a phoenix, the golden arowana was a divine dragon, and the remaining turtle, monkey. They did not dare to imagine it anymore. I'm a little sleepy. I'd better go to bed first. God King Blackheaven smiled embarrassedly. Then, he crouched down at the corner of the wall and placed his head on his legs. He hugged his head with his arms and curled up into a ball. Then he fell asleep. Cough cough, it's very tiring to repair a house. Her back was aching a little. Sleep, sleep. The yellow-haired God King added. Then he squeezed together with the Black Sky Divine King. The two of them sat side by side, curled up into 2 balls, and slept in the corner. Yes, 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 sleep, sleep. The other godly kings present reacted one after another. One after another, they went to the corner and squatted down. All of you, if you guys sleep, then I'll sleep too. Deity King Red Cloud frantically apologized to the golden arowana while crawling back to the corner of the wall. She curled herself into a ball and began to sleep. A row of godly kings curled up in the corner of the wall. If such a scene was seen by the people of the divine world, they would definitely be dumbfounded. In Xiao Changqian's room, Xiao Chang'an sat on the stool, speechless. Hurry up and go back to your room to sleep. Don't disturb my rest. Senior, if I'm afraid, 1 foot 11 inches sleep with you for 1 night. Just 1 night? I won't do anything to you. Chu Iren said pitifully as she lay down in bed. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you? Xiao Changtian was speechless. Hee, don't be afraid. I'll listen to Senior. If Senior wants it, I can do it too. Chu Iren's face turned red, and she buried her head under the blanket with a grin. Xiao Changtian was speechless. Then I'll leave. Xiao Changtian was speechless. This little girl was probably sick again. She was so young, but she always wanted to marry him. Although he was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing, and he looked like the handsome men in front of the screen, he was not as beastly as them. They directly attacked him. However, he himself. No way. He was a gentleman, and he definitely could not do such a beastly thing. Xiao Changtian stood up and prepared to leave. At worst, he would find another place to sleep. Although he was a gentleman was still a mortal. Moreover, he was an old virgin. A man and a woman were alone in a room with candlelight flickering. This made his blood boil. If he fainted again, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Senior, don't go. Seeing that Xiao Changtian was about to leave, Chu Yiren hurriedly lifted the blanket and wanted to follow him. However, the moment she lifted the blanket, a conspicuous red undergarment appeared. Xiao Chang'an felt as if 2 streams of heat were about to flow out of his nose. In an instant, he hurriedly opened the door and breathed in the cool breeze outside. He also sniffled. Only then did he feel that his blood and qi had calmed down again. You'd better go back to bed. Xiao Changtian's back was facing Chu Yiren, his hands behind his back, not daring to look back. Then senior, sleep with me. I'm scared. Chu Yiren grabbed Xiao Changtian's arm and pulled him into her embrace. Xiao Changtian immediately felt 2 lumps of warmth. Hiss. He could not help but gasp. He could not take it anymore. He felt his heart beat faster. This feeling was too wonderful. LT was too sinful. Ermson, hurry up and go back, or I'll get angry. Xiao Changtian said in a low voice, pretending to be angry. No, you're not worthy of me sleeping, so I'll always follow you. Chu Yiren was like a clingy kitten, clinging onto Xiao Changtian, not allowing him to leave. Her voice was extremely coquettish, making one's entire body go numb. When the group of great emperors squatting in the corner heard this voice, they hurriedly sealed their hearing. What if something happened next? They did not dare to eavesdrop. All right, but we agreed that we'll share half the bed each. You can't cross the line. Xiao Changtian felt the warmth on his arm and accepted it helplessly. Good. Hearing this, Chu Yiren agreed with a smile. She ran to the bed and slept in the back. Seeing this, Xiao Changtian nodded his head in disappointment and went to sleep on the first half of the bed. Behave yourself. You can't enter my bed in the middle of the night, okay? Xiao Changtian warned again. Got it, senior. Good night. With that, Chu Yiren went to sleep, leaving Xiao Changtian stunned. However, he still closed his eyes and chanted the heart-cleansing spell in his mind to suppress the temptation that came from his nose. Gradually, Xiao Changtian also fell asleep. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Xiao Changtian slowly woke up. He didn't know why, but the first thing he felt when he woke up was that he was a little tired, and his vision was a little blurry. He tried to open his eyes, only to discover that Chu Yiren was lying on top of him. But that was impossible. Didn't do it, right? Xiao Changtian was stunned. He didn't have any memory of this, but Chu Yiren was lying on his chest like a kitten, drooling from the corner of her mouth, looking infatuated. Senior, you're really amazing. Just as Xiao Changtian was feeling puzzled, Chu Yiren's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 215 Chapter 215 Yi Fan Splits the Sky 1 Chapter 215 Yi Fan Splits the Sky 1 Xiao Changtian was speechless. I know I'm very powerful, but what did I do to you last night? Xiao Changtian asked. However, Chu Yiren didn't answer him. Instead, she heard 2 snores. So you were talking in your sleep. You scared me. Xiao Changtian heaved a sigh of relief and slowly placed Chu Yiren's body back on the bed. He then looked down at the blanket and realized that he was still wearing his clothes. He instantly realized that it was a false alarm. Ding! He would give it to the first person who came to his door after 29 days. Mission Reward, Physical Attribute Point +1. Punishment for mission failure. Deduct all of the host's assets, including but not limited to gold, furniture, bookstores, etc. Xiao Changtian had just gotten out of bed when the system notification sounded. Deduct my gold? Damn system, you want to die together with me, right? Xiao Changtian was furious. Gold was all he had. How dare the stupid system deduct his gold? At most, they would die together. Ding. The system notified him that there would be a penalty for failing the mission. The time limit was 1 month. The system notification sounded again. Oh, 1C. Xiao Changtian calmed down and looked at the mission carefully. There's also a reward of physical points? Why can't I just get 100 points or something? What was so little? Give me more so that I can at least defeat the lowest level of Qi refinement cultivators, right? I can only educate those weak ordinary people in the courtyard. Sigh. Xiao Changtian muttered and sighed. However, no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. It was good to have more physical attributes. It would be a waste not to have them. The quest to unlock the new skill, Xiao Changtian said. As for Supreme Buddha jumps over the wall, it was actually a dish that Xiao Changtian had developed himself after he had mastered his culinary skills. Unfortunately, the raw materials were too difficult to find, so he had never really made it. But this time he had to do it. Forget it. Write down the names of the raw materials and let my disciples find them. If they can't find them, they can ask the great Sun Immortal. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Then he picked up the phoenix feather pen and wrote down hundreds of raw materials. Then he divided the raw materials into 12 equal portions before walking out of the room. Disciples, stop what you're doing first. One have something to say. Xiao Changtian said. Master, what's the matter? Master, we're here. Master, what do you want to say? Is Master's wife settled? Yi Fan and the others surrounded Xiao Changtian and waited for his instructions. Their faces revealed curiosity. Su Daji even teased him. Pa! Xiao Changtian smashed his head on Su Daji's head. All. Su Daji was bounced and instantly pushed back more than 10 steps. If it wasn't for Yi Fan pulling her back, she would have retreated out of the small courtyard. Wu, the master, it hurts when you hit someone. Wu. Su Daji started crying. Xiao Changtian was stunned. He had only flicked his head. Was there a need for such a big commotion? She really knew how to act. All right, one won't hit you anymore. It's just a brain crack, it won't hurt anymore. Xiao Changtian said helplessly. These days, disciples are too difficult to serve. As a master, he was really worried and worked hard. As soon as Xiao Changtian finished speaking, Su Daji felt that the pain on her forehead suddenly disappeared. Even her sea of consciousness became clearer. It really doesn't hurt anymore? Su Daji said with a smile. Xiao Changtian shook his head helplessly. This disciple of his, how could his head hurt? It really was. Master, do you have any instructions? Yi Fan said, and everyone immediately quieted down. It's like this. I'm preparing to make a dish in a month's time, but the process of making this dish is quite complicated and requires too many ingredients to be prepared. Therefore, I need the few of you to go and look for it. Xiao Changtian said as he started to distribute the mission slips. Yi Fan, you're in charge of finding firewood. You need a total of 3 types. The first type is wood that can emit 5 fragrances. The second type is wood that can absorb smoke and dust during the burning process. The third type is. There is also a water source. Xiao Changtian instructed carefully. Yi Fan memorized every request. Miao Shou, go and find a few medicinal herbs. One is a 10,000-year-old sea cucumber from the sea, and another is a plant that you need, as well as these 3 flowers. Beichen. Tai Bai. Fujian. Do you all remember? One can't make any mistakes with any of the items. As long as one find one of them, I'll take it back and keep it. Otherwise, some items will no longer be useful after some time. Xiao Changtian said. Yes, master. We understand. The disciples nodded and left the courtyard. I wonder when my disciples will be able to gather all of them? What if I'm late? What if this stupid system really deducts my gold? Xiao Changtian couldn't help but worry. He had gone through so much hardship to open a bookstore across the continent. Forget it. I'm going fishing today. Jiu, take my fishing rod and alpha. Let's go. Xiao Changtian said. In any case, There were 5 foremen in the small courtyard, including Zhui, so he could rest assured. Yes, sir. Mu Jiahuang agreed to Ling Xing's request. The two of them left Ling Xing's courtyard and went fishing by the North Sea. Only after Xiao Chang Tian left did the old dirty turtle float up from the water, leaping onto Fatty Rongrong's head. Fatty, let's go. Go to the divine realm and find a beauty. Saying so, the dirty old turtle grabbed Black Heaven Divine King, bringing Fatty Rongrong directly into the void. Sai, wait for me. The monkey only realized after a while, bending the bamboo forest, like a moon landing catapult, it followed and hopped on top of Fatty Rongrong's head. 1 man and 3 beasts directly entered the divine world. On the other side, Yi Fan thought about the wood that was emitting 5 fragrances, and his face was filled with doubt. He had been chopping firewood for so long and had seen all kinds of wood, but he had never encountered wood with a wooden fragrance. Someone? Just in time to ask. Yi Fan walked towards an old man who was chopping wood in the forest. Uncle, may first ask where there are trees that emit 5 fragrances? 5 scented trees? You must be joking, young man. How can there be a tree with 5 fragrances? Are you joking? The old man waved his hand and chuckled. No. Yi Fan was stunned. This was a mission given by his master. It was very important. Perhaps only the legendary world where immortals live exists? The old man shook his head and felt that Yi Fan, this young man, was a little stupid. He smiled and left. The divine realm. Yi Fan was slightly stunned. Then he bowed to the old man's back and said, "Thank you, uncle." Then he took out the axe from his waist and hacked it into the sky. Chapter 216, Chapter 216. Don't give up your lives in vain. 1. Chapter 216. Don't give up your lives in vain. 1. Divine Realm. Great Wood Immortal Continent. This was an immortal continent filled with wood elements. In this immortal continent, lush forests were everywhere, full of vitality. The blue sky was like a mirror. Auspicious clouds floated and colorful cranes flew. However, all of a sudden, an ear-piercing scream broke the silence. Help! A young man with green hair was running in a panic, screaming for help. His chest emitted a faint green light. That's the position of the heart. Don't run, Mu Renxia. Your entire race is no match for us. No one can protect you. That's right. Your wood spirit's heart is a sacred item of our great wood immortal continent that's only seen once in 10,000 years. Hand it over. As long as you hand it over to our young master and let him break through to the divine Lord realm, we'll burn paper offerings for you. That's right, huh? Quote, hand over the heart of the wood spirit. Hand over the heart of the wood spirit. One by one, the experts chased after him with greed on their faces. Mu Renjie, who was fleeing for his life, was a genius of the divine wood dragon subduing wood clan. He was born with the heart of the wood spirit. On the day he was born, the entire great wood immortal continent was enveloped by a green light that symbolized life. Countless people of the great wood immortal continent sensed that the wood spirit's heart carried the holy wood element. However, the dragon subduing wood clan was too powerful. They could not afford to provoke them. However, in recent years, the other races of the great wood immortal continent, such as the ancient Song race and the ancient Lu race, all of them rose up, and new prodigies appeared, obtaining new opportunities. Therefore, many aboriginals gathered together and came to an agreement. They made the chief of the dragon subduing wood clan unable to come out alive after being transferred to the great wood abyss. Then, they gathered their men to attack the dragon subduing wood clan together. The dragon subduing wood clan fell overnight. Helplessly, he could only let Mu Renjie escape. Damn it, am one going to die? Mu Renjie's face was filled with hatred. He hated that these people were only after the heart of the wood spirit. However, if the wood spirit's heart was dug out, he would definitely die. He could not die yet. He still had to go back to find the clan leader. Help! Therefore, Mu Renjia shouted as he ran with an anxious look on his face. Suddenly, at this moment, his face darkened, and the heart of the wood spirit in front of his chest flashed with a green light. With the appearance of this green light, Mu Renjia's figure fell to the side. Because he sensed a great threat. It was as if that power could split open the sky, causing his wood spirit heart to tremble uncontrollably. That aura was like an axe light. The axe light expanded and tore the space in front of him. Even the IO-year-old tree beside him was cut into two. Pissed. Even space itself was torn apart. As the wind howled, a figure walked out of the crack with a puzzled and curious expression. Is this the immortal world? He felt that it was not much different from the Tianyuan continent. But compared to Master's small courtyard, there's simply no comparison. Yi Fan shook his head and put the axe in his hand back to his waist. His expression returned to calmness. When Mu Renjia saw this scene, he was scared silly. There was actually someone who used an axe to directly tear open the space of the divine realm and then came up from the lower realm. What kind of method was this? What kind of cultivation was this? At the very least, he was a godly monarch, right? Mu Renjia was extremely shocked. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. Even the clan leader was only at the Divine Lord realm. However, with the clan leader's strength, he could not tear open the space at all. Mu Renjia's eyes moved as if he had thought of something. He looked at Yi Fan, then stood up and came to Yi Fan's. Plop. Mu Renjia immediately knelt down, his face filled with joy. This was an invincible expert. If he could obtain the protection of this invincible expert, these pursuers behind him would be nothing at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have plotted against the clan leader. Senior, please save me. They want to dig out my wood spirit's heart. Mu Renjia hurriedly said. Wood spirit's heart. Yi Fan's brows twitched slightly. He swept his gaze and instantly understood the situation in Mu Renjia's body. Then, Yi Fan placed his hand on the wood spirit heart. The wood spirit's heart immediately emitted a green light, as if it was about to fly out, but it was pressed back by Yi Fan. All right, I understand everything. As long as you agree to one condition of mine, I'll help you. Yi Fan said indifferently. Hearing this. Senior, please speak. Mu Renjia was overjoyed. No matter what the condition was, he could agree to it now. Bring me to a tree that emits 5 fragrances, Yi Fan said indifferently. 5 fragrant trees? Isn't this the dragon-subduing wood? Senior, I can help you find it, Mu Renjia said excitedly. Dragon-subduing wood was very common in the clan, so this was not a hardship. Good. Yi Fan nodded. He could see that Mu Renjia was not lying. Similarly, Mu Renjia could not lie in front of him. Kill. Mu Renjia, hand over the wood spirit's heart. Ah, let's see where you can run to. Your wood spirit's heart belongs to my ancient Pine clan. My ancient Lu clan will definitely take it. A group of experts ran over and surrounded Mu Renjia. But at the same time, they also noticed Yi Fan standing in front of Mu Renjia. Immortal? Kill them directly. An ancient pine race cultivator looked at Yi Fan with disdain. He was just a woodcutter. He slapped out with his palm, and countless pine needles turned into rain and mist that flew towards Yi Fan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pine needles caused a series of explosions in the air, causing the air to explode. Senior. Mu Renjia was shocked. This was a hierarch realm expert. He could not withstand the power of this palm. Some dead branches. It's time to sweep them. Yi Fan said indifferently and waved his hand. Although there was nothing in his hand, it was as if a broom had appeared. With a wave of the broom, the pine needles in the space in front of him completely disappeared. What? What happened? Did anyone see it? What happened just now? Where did my attacks go? The ancient pine and bamboo cultivator revealed a puzzled expression. His 2 big eyes widened like copper bells as he asked crazily. He was a supreme god realm expert after all. However, he could not even tell how the person in front of him had attacked. You can leave. If I don't kill you, don't give up your lives in vain. Yi Fan said indifferently. Chapter 217, Chapter 217. Senior, you can't do it the rel I. Chapter 217. Senior, you can't do it the rel I. Brat, what did you say? If you have the ability, tell me again. I'll let you understand why flowers are so red. Brat, don't think that just because you can take on Flyer Arch Ching Song's attack, you're our opponent. This brat is too arrogant. One by one, the experts pointed at Yi Fan and said angrily. In their opinion, the Yi Fan in front of them was only hiding his cultivation. However, no matter how powerful he was still not a match for so many of them. Master taught me not to do anything more than 3 times. This is the second time I'm warning you not to make unnecessary sacrifices. Yi Fan looked at everyone in front of him and said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely calm, just like his voice, it made people calm and filled with strength. Mu Renjie followed behind Yi Fan. He felt that Yi Fan's figure was incomparably tall and imposing. He felt so secure. He was like his brother. Senior, there are so many people. Are you really okay? Mu Renjie asked quietly. It's fine. Master often taught me that when one sees someone bullying others, one can't ignore them. In this world, other than Master, one don't know anyone who can make me really attacks. Yi Fan said with a faint smile, his voice calm. It made people feel neither Versailles nor any pride. It was just a statement of fact. Hearing this, Mu Renjie nodded seriously. He felt that the senior in front of him really had such strength. Arrogant. Arrogant. You're courting death. All the experts present revealed furious expressions. Who are they? He was one of the top experts of the Great Wood Immortal continent. To them, when had anyone dared to be so arrogant and contemptuous in front of them? In an instant, violent power erupted from their bodies. Countless rays of vital essence soared into the sky, and countless forces swept through the space. In an instant. In the space, the phantom of a pine tree, a willow tree, and a thorn appeared. Countless phantoms appeared. Pine needles, willow branches, thorns. There were also many other methods that lashed out at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was directly surrounded. When these terrifying powers gathered, the space emitted cracking sounds. Mu Renjie, who was hiding behind Yi Fan, felt this terrifying power and his entire body went limp in an instant. It was too terrifying. In front of these experts joining forces, he did not have any strength to retaliate at all. In fact, just his aura alone was enough to crush him into powder. Some withered branches and leaves, sweep them away. Yi Fan was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. He was like sweeping the floor in the small courtyard. With a wave of his hand, many fallen leaves gathered into a pile. Then he disappeared completely. Everything happened in an instant. In fact, there were no screams in the space. Those experts, those insufferably arrogant experts, transformed into recovery just like that. They scattered with the wind and fell into the soil, completely disappearing without a trace. Mu Renjie was dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? What kind of technique was this? It could actually turn dozens of Hierarch Realm experts into ashes without a sound. Let's go. Bring me to find a tree that can emit the fragrance of 5 spices. Yi Fan said. Yes. Mu Renjie hurriedly nodded. The big shot in front of him was really too terrifying. Even after killing so many Supreme God Realm experts, the senior in front of him did not even blink. Senior, those are all godly venerable rank experts? Mu Renjie reminded him again, his face filled with shock. It's not even as good as the fallen leaves in the small courtyard. Yi Fan shook his head. A Supreme God Realm expert is inferior to the leaves? Mu Renjie was surprised for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Senior, this should be a state of mind. It was as if he looked at the cultivators of the lower realm and felt that they were no different from ants. However, he vaguely felt that Yi Fan's words seemed to have been misunderstood by him. He had a feeling that the fallen leaves that Yi Fan mentioned really seemed to be stronger than those Supreme God Realm experts. Very quickly. Under Mu Renjia's lead, Yi Fan arrived at the Dragon Subduing Wood clan. At this moment, the Dragon Subduing Wood clan. They were being imprisoned by the other races in the huge square. I told you to glare at me. One of the ancient Willow clan cultivators saw a tied-up girl glaring at him and whipped her with a willow branch. Humph. Although the girl was being whipped, she did not show any fear or cry out in pain. She still stubbornly stared at the ancient Lu clan cultivator in front of her and mocked, "You can't." "What? You dare to say that one can't do it? You little girl, are you tired of living? I'll let you see my big willow branch." The ancient Lu clan cultivator's embarrassment turned into anger. Fai immediately transformed into a huge willow branch that looked like a small tree and whipped it at the woman. The large willow branch even caused an explosion in space. Without a doubt. If this willow branch were to strike her, this woman from the Dragon Subduing Wood tribe would definitely die. Stop. At this moment, Mu Renjia rushed out and stood in front of the woman. He closed his eyes and wanted to block the attack for the woman. Hee, you are courting death? The ancient Lu clan cultivator laughed as he whipped the willow branch down crazily. The huge willow branch carried a terrifying power like a mountain, making people feel intimidated. Even Mu Renjia himself did not have much confidence, but he could not let Qiuxiang die. He had to take this attack on behalf of Qiuxiang. Go ahead. Seeing that the big willow branch was about to fall, Yi Fan slowly spoke. As if he was sweeping the floor, he slapped the ancient Lu clan cultivator in front of him and sent him flying, completely dissipating in space. What? Upon seeing this, the ancient Pine clan cultivators in the distance revealed looks of horror as they unleashed their own techniques. In an instant, countless pine needles flew towards Yi Fan again. It was as if they covered the sky and covered the earth, making it impossible to guard against. However, Yi Fan did not move. The pine needles in front of him were completely shattered, and even the ancient pine race cultivators were saved. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Mu Renjia hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Let's save them first, Yi Fan said indifferently. Then, Mu Renjia saved the cultivators of the Dragon Subduing Wood clan and introduced Yi Fan to everyone. He showed that Yi Fan was an invincible expert who saved him at the same time and that Yi Fan was also here to find the Dragon Subduing Wood. Thank you, Senior. You can take these Dragon Subduing Wood as you wish, the Vice Clan leader said gratefully. As expected, it's a wood that emits 5 fragrances. Yi Fan asked about the 5 fragrances that were emitted from the space and revealed a faint smile. He had finally found the 5 fragrance firewood that his master wanted. However, the 5 fragrances of the wood in front of me are not strong enough. I want that piece. Yi Fan shook his head and pointed at a huge pit in front of him. He sensed that there was a type of wood in the deep pit that emitted the strongest and most mellow fragrance. Senior, you can't do it there, Mu Renjia hurriedly said. Chapter 218 A Million-Year-Old Pine 1 Chapter 218 A Million-Year-Old Pine 1 Why not? Yi Fan frowned slightly because he could sense that there was nothing special about the Dragon Subduing Wood in front of him. At most, it was a little old and was not a treasure. Senior, there's a godly king of my Dragon Subduing Wood race under our abyss. Back then, our Dragon Subduing Wood clan was able to rank first in the Great Wood Immortal continent because of this senior god king. But that god king seemed to have gone crazy. Therefore, it will be very dangerous to obtain our Dragon Subduing Wood under the abyss. Mu Renjia hurriedly explained. He only knew that Yi Fan was very strong. He was even stronger than the patriarch of the Dragon Subduing Wood race. There was even a high chance that he was a godly king realm martial arts expert. However, facing a true godly king, he did not know if Yi Fan would be in danger. Understood, Yi Fan said indifferently and nodded. Soon after, he leaped and directly jumped into the abyss. Senior? Seeing this, Mu Renjie, the deputy chief of the dragon-subduing Wood tribe, Mu Qingqing, and many other members of the dragon-subduing Wood tribe were shocked and shouted in panic. That divine king realm ancestor was the #1 person in the Great Wood Immortal continent. Not to mention, he had already fallen into madness. Just thinking about how terrifying a godly king realm old ancestor who had fallen into madness was made one feel a chill on their backs. They had already explained everything to Senior, but Senior actually jumped in. Bang! In the next moment, a huge explosion sounded from under RHE abyss. The sound was extremely loud. Even the originally incomparably dark abyss was illuminated. A huge pillar of light shot into the sky, and the faint sound of a dragon could be heard within the pillar of light. Ancestor? No good, this old ancestor's dragon-subduing palm is the real deal. It's over. There's a fight below. Will something happen? That Senior is a benefactor to our Dragonwood clan. Please don't let anything happen to him. Otherwise I, Dragonwood, will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Mu Renjie and the deputy patriarch were scared silly. A great battle between godly kings was not something they could participate in at all. Just a random ripple of power could completely shatter them. Retreat. Helpless, the vice-clan leader could only order everyone to retreat. Only Mu Renjie stayed behind and gazed into the distance. Renjie, come back quickly. The deputy clan leader shouted at the side and hurriedly wanted Mu Renjie to retreat, but Mu Renjie was unmoved. Clan leader, Senior is my savior. One can't watch Senior get into trouble. Mu Renjie said with a determined look on his face. He directly jumped into the abyss. Renjie! Mu Qingqing shouted. Mu Renjie only had the strength of a high-level deity. If he jumped down, he would definitely die. We're finished. The faces of the other clansmen also darkened. Mu Renjie was going to die. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded from the abyss. Then, everyone saw a few afterimages fly out from the abyss. The moment they flew one of the figures was directly thrown heavily onto the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground, stirring up dust that filled the sky. After the dust settled, the two figures finally settled down. Renjie. Senior. Only then did the people of the dragon-subduing Wood race see clearly that Yi Fan and Mu Renjie were in RHE space in front of them. Moreover, there was no aura fluctuation around the two of them, and they were not injured at all. In Yi Fan's hand he was even holding a huge piece of dragon-subduing wood. The dragon-subduing wood emitted a 5-spice smell. It was extremely fragrant and spread throughout the entire space. Everyone looked at the two of them with surprise on their faces. Their own ancestor was a divine king realm powerhouse. The terrifying battle aura that erupted was already unimaginable, but Senior and Mu Renjie were actually not injured at all. Cough cough. Until this moment, the ancestor of the dragon-subduing Wood clan slowly crawled out of the deep pit. His clothes were in a mess, his hair was messy, and his body was covered in blood. Ancestor? Everyone, retreat. The ancestor is in danger. The deputy clan leader was shocked and shouted in a panic. Everyone retreated crazily as if they were avoiding a poisonous snake. Cough cough, why are you running? Your ancestor has already regained his consciousness. The dragon-subduing Wood clan's patriarch patted the dust off his body and made a spell. He changed his clothes again. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Then, the ancestor of the dragon-subduing Wood race walked respectfully to Yi Fan and bowed. He went crazy. In fact, it was because he had reached a bottleneck in the process of cultivation and could not break through for a long time. Then he went berserk. However, now, in the process of fighting with Yi Fan, he suddenly understood. LT was as if he had been enlightened by the great Tao and had already broken through to the bottleneck. In fact, the next step would be to take another step forward and become a God Emperor realm expert. Senior? At the side, the people of the dragon subduing wood race stared at Yi Fan with incomparably surprised expressions. His own ancestor actually called Yi Fan master. It was simply unimaginable. No need. This piece of dragon subduing wood can be considered a thank you gift for me. Yi Fan smiled faintly and carried the huge dragon subduing wood on his shoulder. Senior, it's just a mere dragon subduing wood, I'll give it to you / ancestor Mu Xianglong said. Ugh. Yi Fan paused slightly. Senior, what happened? Mu Xianglong saw Yi Fan pause and asked in confusion. I can't pretend. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly. Can't put it up? Senior, you can just put it in your ring. 11 Mu Xianglong smiled awkwardly, thinking that Senior really knew how to joke. One don't have any true qi, so I can't use the interspatial ring. Yi Fan explained. What is it? No true qi? Mu Xianglong was stunned. Senior was so powerful that he had no way to fight back. Senior actually said that he had no true essence. This? Mu Xianglong, Mu Renjie, and the others were stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. Seeing everyone's confusion, Yi Fan explained, this is a special Dao that Master passed down to me. Don't worry about it. Hearing everyone's explanation, the people of the Dragonwood tribe did not dare to ask further. Mu Xianglong was the first to stand up and say, Senior, I'll hold it for you. Mu Xianglong quickly walked over, but Mu Renjie also stood up. Ancestor, you should go and save the clan leader first. I'll carry it. Although the dragon subduing wood weighs billions of pounds, I'm also a member of the dragon subduing wood clan. Mu Renjie said with a smile. He ran in front of Mu Xianglong and took the dragon subduing wood from Yi Fan's hand. Senior, I'll carry it and send it back to you. At the same time, I would like to thank Senior and Master. Mu Renjie smiled awkwardly. Yi Fan nodded. All right, but one still need to find another kind of wood that can absorb smoke during the burning process. Do you know where I can find it? Yi Fan asked. The people of the dragon subduing wood race looked at each other and frowned. As people of the great wood immortal continent, they had really never seen such a piece of wood. However, Mu Xianglong's face lit up and he quickly said, there is an ancient pine tree that has lived for 1,000,000 years in the ancient pine bamboo. Yi Fan's eyes lit up as he muttered, the ancient pine race. Chapter 219 Exterminate the Dragon Subduing Woods. Chapter 219 Exterminate the Dragon Subduing Wood. Clan _I. Gu Songzhu had lived in the Great Wood Immortal Continent for a long time like the Dragon Subduing Wood clan. Even the ancient pine and bamboo trees of the Great Wood Immortal Continent had been established. In the depths of the ancient pine clan, there was a 1,000,000-year-old pine tree. Its entire body was emitting a greenish-gray aura. It was ancient, and extremely mysterious. Before the ancient pine tree, many ancient Song clansmen were paying their respects. Countless wisps of green smoke rose up and gathered into a large sea of green smoke that rose up. The sea of smoke blocked his vision. However, the sea of smoke had just reached the top of the ancient pine tree when it disappeared in an instant. The vast sea of smoke seemed to have been swallowed by the ancient pine tree. The ancient pine absorbed the green smoke and the whole tree trembled violently. Pine needles fell one after another. Buzz! The pine needles fell from the sky and turned into green lights. The light landed on the body of the ancient Song tribe member. Thank you, King Song. Thank you, King Song. Shouts rang out as everyone in the ancient pine clan prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their respect for the 1,000,000-year-old pine. 2 hours later, only then did the tribe leader of the ancient pine tribe stand up. After that, the people behind Song Renjian, the chief of the ancient Song clan, stood up. Alright, it's time to pay respects and stay for the night. Let's go outside the Holy Land to discuss matters. Led by the Songren sword, everyone returned to the main hall. How is the matter of obtaining the wood spirit heart? Songren's sword looked at the seat below him, his face filled with joy. As long as he could obtain the wood spirit's heart and hand it over to King Song, the ancient Song tribe would definitely produce another godly king. At that time, the ancient pine and bamboo could replace the position of the dragon-subduing wood clan in the great wood immortal continent. Elder Song Ren had yet to send back any news. The ancient Song clan's deputy clan leader hurriedly replied, "You haven't returned with any news? It shouldn't be. Could it be that they are fighting with the other clans? Could it be the ancient Lu clans?" Song Renjian frowned and asked with a puzzled expression, "Forget it. Bring Mu Zhantian up first." Mu Zhantian was the chief of the dragon-subduing wood tribe. He had fallen into the deep pit of the ancient pine tribe due to the Songren sword and was severely injured. "Yes, sir." The guards at the side passed down the order. Then, 2 ancient Song tribe cultivators carried Mu Zhantian up. Mu Zhantian's body was festering and covered in pine needles. "Hee Mu Zhantian, look at you now. You look like a stray dog." On the seat of honor, Songren's sword began to mock him. The ancient pine tribe had been suppressed by the dragon-subduing wood tribe before, and the same was true for the pine man sword in front of Mu Zhantian. But now, his ancient pine race had already joined forces with the other ancient races and were on the way to annihilate the dragon-subduing wood race. "Bah, treacherous scoundrel, shameless person. If I didn't trust you, how would I have fallen into your trap? How can you be my opponent in a direct duel? If you didn't ask me to help you, how could I have been framed by you and fallen into the ancient Song tribe's sacred pit? I treated you with kindness, but you schemed against me." Mu Zhantian spat out a mouthful of blood. "Hee Mu Zhantian, you are really stupid. I'm afraid that the entire dragon-subduing wood clan has been destroyed by now, right? Oh, and your most promising successor, Mu Renjia, has probably had his heart dug out by now. The wood spirit's heart is also on the way back to the ancient pine clan. Mu Zhantian, you're finished. Your dragon-subduing wood clan is completely finished." Song Renjian laughed out loud. Then, his body moved and came in front of Mu Zhantian. He stepped on one of his arms. Mu Zhantian, you used this arm to defeat me back then, right?" The Songren sword sneered as he stepped on the ground. Bang! Mu Zhantian's right arm turned into a bloody mist and exploded in the air. You won't have a good ending." Mu Zhantian gritted his teeth. Even though his body was trembling in pain, he did not scream in pain. Instead, he stared at the Songren sword coldly. You still dare to glare at me? Looks like you don't want your eyes anymore." Songren's sword flew into a rage out of humiliation. Being stared at by Mu Zhantian, he always felt a sense of contempt, a contempt that came from his soul. This kind of contempt made him angry. It made him angry. The pine man sword sent out another 2 pine needles, piercing into Mu Zhantian's eyeballs. Pissed. Mu Zhantian's eyes were instantly filled with red blood. My eyes. Songren's sword, you won't have a good ending. Traitor who sneaked up on me from behind. Even if one die, I will turn into a malicious ghost and come back to find you." Mu Zhantian said painfully. Hee, I won't have a good ending? After one kill you and devour the wood spirit's heart, I will be the strongest in the entire great wood immortal continent. Who can let me not have a good ending? You even turned into a malicious ghost and came back to find me? I'll destroy your soul now. Song Renjian sneered and slapped Mu Zhantian's head. Oh! Mu Zhantian let out an extremely miserable scream. The shadow of the dragon-subduing wood was looming behind him. It was his soul. Hee, I'll destroy your soul today and make you disappear. Songren's sword laughed loudly. However, at this moment, report that something has happened to the clan leader. Elder Song Ren's soul jade tablet is broken. An ancient pine clan cultivator ran in a panic and said anxiously, "What?" Upon hearing this news, everyone present stood up in unison, their faces filled with surprise. Song Ren was in the godly venerable realm. How could he be killed? Moreover, there were many experts following Song Ren. What exactly happened? Song Renjian also frowned. For some reason, his heart suddenly thumped, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. I'm not sure about the exact situation. It's still under investigation, but the ancient Lu clan, the ancient Thorn clan. It seems like someone has died. The cultivator replied. What is it? They're all dead. Investigate, quickly investigate. Songrin's sword roared. He was extremely furious because he had a bad feeling. Yes. The cultivator quickly retreated. The Songrin sword did not bother to kill Mu Zhantian. It kicked Mu Zhantian away and wanted to go to the Holy Land to ask King Song. However, King Song had already appeared in front of the main hall. I can sense Mu Xianglong's aura. He should have recovered. Fine, bring my clansmen and one will follow you to the Wood Clan. I will restrain Mu Xianglong while you take the opportunity to merge with the Wood Spirit's heart. King Song instructed. Yes, sir. Ancient Song tribe, follow me. Today, we will exterminate the dragon-subduing Wood Clan. Song Renjian shouted. The entire ancient Song tribe had gathered in 15 minutes and started to march toward the ancient Song tribe. Chapter 220 Chapter 220, Wood delivered to your door, 1. Chapter 220, Wood delivered to your door, 1. A million-year-old pine tree of the ancient Pine clan. Yi Fan nodded after listening to Mu Xianglong's introduction. He confirmed that this million-year-old tree was the wood that his master had mentioned that could absorb smoke and dust during the burning process. I'll go borrow a piece from him and use it as wood for the fire. Yi Fan stood up and prepared to set off. Oh. Not good, the ancient pine race is attacking. The ancient pine race is attacking. At this moment, the dragon-subduing Wood Clan cultivators who were guarding outside were beaten in like rubber balls. Outside, the mighty ancient Pine Tribe army surged in like a tide. In fact, everyone present could see that a huge ancient pine tree almost touched the sky. It was like a walking behemoth, and the ground in front of it had been completely destroyed. King Song? Is that King Song? Everyone present had bewildered expressions on their faces. King Song was the living fossil of the ancient Pine clan. He had lived for 1,000,000 years. Although his cultivation base had yet to reach the Divine King realm, he could definitely fight against a Divine King with some tricks. Mu Xianglong, come out? King Song roared, and his body trembled. Countless pine trees turned into dense raindrops and fell directly on the dragon-subduing Wood tribe. In an instant, the defensive barrier of the dragon-subduing Wood tribe was directly shattered. Old man, your ancient Song tribe is too much. Mu Xianglong roared in rage. Power erupted from his body, and a towering dragon-subduing Wood appeared. The moment the phantom of the dragon-subduing Wood appeared, a bright yellow light screen appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire dragon-subduing Wood tribe. Bang 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 bang. The pine needles fell on the bright yellow screen like meteors, making a violent collision sound. Even the ground began to shake violently. What a terrifying method. Is this the end of the world? So powerful. Fortunately, the ancestor is here. If the ancestor was not here, our clan would probably be exterminated today. The cultivator from the dragon-subduing Wood stared at everything in the sky with a shocked expression. Humph, Mu Xianglong, today your dragon-subduing Wood clan will be destroyed. Loose man's sword, go and devour the heart of the Wood spirit. King Song snorted coldly. He was burning 1,000,000 years of his lifespan. His battle prowess was on par with a divine king's for a period of time. He would definitely be able to hold Mu Xianglong back for a while. During this period of time, the Songren sword had enough time to completely devour everything. At that time, Songren's sword would become a godly monarch again. The two of them working together was enough to kill Mu Xianglong. Mu Xianglong was tied down by King Song, so he couldn't get away for the time being. However, he didn't look worried at all. Instead, he grinned and said, "Old man, you've made a mistake." Mu Xianglong smiled. With Senior Yi Fan around, it was simply wishful thinking for the Pine Man sword to take away the Wood spirit's heart. What? When King Song saw Mu Xianglong smile, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He hurriedly called out for the Songren sword, but it was already too late. Hand over the heart of Wood Spirit. One will be the God King in the future. Songren's sword laughed loudly. He turned his hand into a claw and grabbed at Mu Renjia. In an instant, the Songren sword had already arrived in front of Mu Renjia. The dragon subduing Wood clan cultivators wanted to stop it, but they were all sent flying by the Songren sword's slap. The heart of the Wood Spirit is mine. The Songren sword sneered. Its claws were only a few centimeters away from Mu Renjia's chest. However, at this moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Then, his entire body could no longer move forward, and his figure directly stopped in midair. What is it? How could that be? Songrenjian was shocked. He felt that the hand in front of him was full of power, like a vast and mighty force. It completely restrained his arm. He could not even use his cultivation. Why do you all like to snatch other people's things? Yi Fan shook his head. Back then, his chest was also dug out because of the Supreme Being bone. Naturally, he was filled with anger towards these villains. After saying that, he patted the sword lightly. In an instant, the Songren sword turned into a pine tree and was burned to ashes in the raging fire. Patriarch. Songren's sword. The ancient Song clan members had not expected this scene at all. They looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. An ordinary mortal had actually killed the divine Lord Songrenjian. Damn it, who are you? Why are you targeting my ancient Song clan? King Song's eyes were fixed on Yi Fan. He was extremely furious. If Songrenjian was dead, then the fate of the ancient Song clan could be imagined. All of this was because of Yi Fan, this mortal. This person who came out of nowhere. Against your Gu Song clan? No, I just want a branch from you, but you actually want to snatch someone else's thing. I don't like people like that. I think I should bring you back and burn you. Yi Fan said indifferently. He pulled out his axe and slashed it at King Song in front of him. Kacha! With a loud tearing sound, King Song was instantly split into two. All! King Song let out a furious roar. However, his body had already been split into two. Then, a ball of green light appeared in the void, as if it was trying to escape. It was King Song's soul phantom. Now, he wanted to escape. With a swoosh, the green light instantly flew out. That won't do. You're already here. The Wood Master must be the best. Yi Fan said indifferently. Then, he stretched out a hand and grabbed at the void. In an instant, a huge hand suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was like a law that trapped King Song's soul. Ah, what are you doing? King Song's soul let out a miserable cry. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Yi Fan's palm. Yi Fan's palm seemed to be condensed from the laws of this world, making it impossible for him to escape. In fact, it was impossible for it to have any sense of escape. Go back obediently. The wood that his master wanted could not be lacking in one thing. Yi Fan said with a smile. Then he directly pressed King Song's soul back. Buzz! A green light emitted from the trunk of the pine tree. As the green light appeared, something seemed to have appeared. This is what Master wants to use for the fire. Yi Fan nodded. At this moment, there was only silence in the world. An extremely terrifying silence. After a full 15 minutes of silence, the ancient Song tribe cultivators finally let out a loud cry of surprise. Run! Chapter 221, Chapter 221. This is Senior's Master. Underscore. Chapter 221. This is Senior's Master. Underscore run. The chief is dead. King Song is dead. Let's run. If you don't run now, you'll die. The ancient Pine Clan cultivators were all panicking and fleeing in a hurry. Their legs were like a wisp of smoke as they ran hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. However, how could he escape? Dragon subduing Wood Clan chase after them. Mu Xianglong shouted. Instantly, The cultivators of the dragon subduing wood clan chased after him with joy on their faces. Awesome! That was very satisfying. To the members of the dragon subduing wood clan, the previous grievance. At this moment, it was like a flood that had burst through a dam, instantly spreading out. Kill. 1. Motherfucker, these ancient Pine Clan fellows, how did they bully us before? Return them all to us. They killed my brothers, we must kill them all. Charge. The cultivators of the dragon subduing wood all had extremely excited expressions on their faces. They condensed the true essence around their bodies, and the terrifying phantom of the dragon subduing wood appeared in the air. Then there were screams. The ancient Pine Clan cultivators didn't dare to resist at all. They had seen King Song and the clan leader die in Yi Fan's hands with their own eyes. How would he dare to turn back? 2 hours later, the cultivators of the dragon subduing wood clan had arrived at the main hall of the ancient Pine Clan. Almost all of the ancient Pine Clan cultivators had been killed. Another hour later, the dragon subduing wood tribe cultivators returned with Mu Zhantian I's heavily injured body. Clan leader. Seeing the injuries on Mu Zhantian's body, Mu Renjie immediately ran to Mu Zhantian's side and shouted. Mu Zhantian's flesh and blood had almost rotted. There were even a few large holes in his chest, and his eyes were bleeding non-stop. His right arm was already empty, like a cloud of blood mist. Patriarch! Patriarch, don't die! Mu Renjie frantically sent vital essence to Mu Zhantian, trying to catch his last breath. Senior, one beg you to save the clan leader. Senior, one beg you. Mu Renjie knelt on the ground, his face was covered in tears, and he was still transmitting his Zhen Yuan to Mu Zhantian. Because the Zhen Yuan was being transmitted too quickly, Mu Renjie's face was already pale and his body was weak. I can't save him either. However, my master can do it. He practices medicine and is a true doctor. Yi Fan said. He had never learned medicine, so he could not save her. In the current situation, other than looking for Wang Miaoshou, he could only look for his master. He looked at the distant horizon and realized that Wang Miaoshou seemed to be very far away. He was still relatively close to Xiao Changtian. Don't stop. I'll bring you to master now. Yi Fan said. Thank you, senior, thank you. Mu Renjie said gratefully. As for Mu Xianglong, he took the initiative to carry the pine tree and the dragon subduing wood on his shoulders. Senior, are we going to take the teleportation array or how are we going to get there? Mu Xianglong asked. It was also very difficult for godly kings to descend to the lower realm. No need. It's just a step away. Yi Fan said calmly. Then, he took out the axe from his waist and hacked down at the space in front of him. Psst. With a tearing sound, a huge crack appeared in an instant. Rumble. The moment he broke through the regional wall, the thunder of laws surged over. However, that axe intent directly crushed the thunder of laws. Hiss. The members of the Dragon Falling Wood clan who saw this scene all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the temperature in the space rose a little. This, Mu Xianglong was scared silly. What kind of method was this? Splitting the barrier between the two worlds with one axe. He even crushed all the lightning of laws. Let's go. As Yi Fan spoke, he stepped into the spatial rift. Without hesitation, Mu Renjie carried Mu Zhantian and followed him. As for Mu Xianglong, he only regained his senses after being reminded by his clansmen and stepped into the crack. This axe intent was truly too powerful. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable. In the next moment, the few of them came out of the spatial rift and directly arrived in front of a small courtyard. The residence of mortals. Mu Xianglong was stunned. This place was ordinary and there was no aura fluctuation at all. It was completely the residence of mortals in the lower realm. Master is in there. However, one have to make it clear in advance that Master has hidden himself from the world of mortals and is playing around in the world. He is now calling himself a mortal. You must not say that you are immortal cultivators. Otherwise, The consequences will be to anger Master. At that time, do you understand the heaven reversal technique? Yi Fan glanced at Mu Renjie and Mu Xianglong's faces. Senior, he regards himself as a mortal? Mu Renjie was stunned for a moment, but his expression became firm. Although he didn't understand, Mu Zhantian's injury was the most important. As for Mu Xianglong, he quickly nodded and answered yes. He was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How could he not understand that true experts were eccentric? Yi Fan confirmed that the two of them understood before bringing them in. However, just as he entered the small courtyard, several powerful auras instantly enveloped him. A black tortoise with an endless fire domain around its body. A divine dog that used the stars in the universe as a chessboard and opened its bloody mouth to devour the sky and the moon. An ant that walked out of the chaos. A giant golden dragon whose body could suppress the heavens. The four auras directly pressed down on them until they could not breathe. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Terrifying. Terrifying. Divine beasts, they are all divine beasts. Combat Mu Xianglong suddenly felt his true essence stagnate. The two pieces of wood on his shoulders were as heavy as 10,000 June, making it difficult for him to breathe. Mu Renjie was trembling. Yi Fan, you're back? At this time, Xiao Changtian walked out of the room and said with a smile. As Xiao Changtian spoke, all kinds of terrifying auras disappeared in an instant. Mu Xianglong felt that the world seemed to have returned to normal. Even Mu Renjie felt a sense of clarity in his spiritual altar. The dizziness from the excessive transfer of true essence had completely disappeared at this moment. Mortals? The two of them looked at Xiao Changtian and were shocked. A mortal had spoken, and all those divine beasts had actually given up. However, in the next moment Yi Fan spoke. Master, one came back with 2 types of wood. Wood is all thanks to this little brother's help. However, his clan leader is seriously injured, so he wants to ask for your help. As Yi Fan's calm voice fell, Mu Renjie and Mu Xianglong were completely stunned. This is Senior's master? Chapter 222 Chapter 222, Come and Dust. Chapter 222, Come and Dust. It was unbelievable. There was only disbelief in their minds. A mortal. Even in terms of aura, he looked even more ordinary than Yi Fan. I see. Come, let me take a look. Xiao Changtian walked to Mu Renjie's side and observed Mu Zhantian's condition. No problem. Although the injury is a little serious, it will definitely heal in 2 days. Put him on the ground first. Don't touch him again. Xiao Changtian said lightly. This kind of small injury was not fatal. Although it looked extremely serious, in terms of the degree of the injury, it was not even as serious as the injury when Yi Fan came to the small courtyard back then. Just put it down? Mu Renjie was stunned, and the clan leader Mu Zhantian was on his last breath. If he died, Mu Zhantian would be gone. Guard against it. Master has already said it. Yi Fan said from the side. This? Although Mu Renjie was confused and afraid, he had no other choice. The most important thing was that Xiao Changtian's words gave him a feeling of extreme confidence. It was as if even if he put the clan leader down, the clan leader would not die for a moment. Mu Renjie nodded and slowly put the clan leader down. Then he slowly pulled his hands away. Senior, the patriarch is dying. However, as soon as he pulled his hand away, he could clearly feel that Mu Zhantian's aura had started to weaken. In the next moment he was about to die. Don't be anxious. Let him swallow his anger. Go and pluck that leaf and give it to your clan leader. Xiao Changtian commanded Mu Renjie. Yes. Mu Renjie hurriedly ran to where Xiao Changtian was pointing and plucked a hexagonal leaf. However, when he got close to the leaf and wanted to pick it with both hands, he was surprised to find that he could not move a single leaf. Mu Renjie was eager to save his life and gathered all the true essence in his body into his hands. Senior, this should be an immortal medicine. One have to pluck it with all my might. Mu Renjie nodded and then plucked the leaves with both hands. Come down. Mu Renjia gritted his teeth and pulled hard. However, he was surprised to find that no matter how hard he pulled, he could not pull the leaf off. Mu Renjia was stunned and frowned as he stared at the leaf in front of him. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't even pluck a leaf. Renjia? What are you doing? Why are you dawdling? Mu Xianglong couldn't stand it anymore. It was just picking a leaf. Why didn't Mu Renjia move for so long? This is the end of the game, I can't pick it. Mu Renjia lowered his head and said in disbelief. Can't be plucked? What the hell? Mu Xianglong put down the 2 pieces of wood he was carrying and walked over. It's just picking a leaf. Do you still need me to do it? Mu Xianglong said in confusion. Then, he pinched the root of the leaf with his hand and turned around to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, a huge force came from behind and pulled him back. What? Mu Xianglong was also stunned. The leaf was emitting a huge force that made it difficult for him to continue. He immediately circulated the divine essence in his entire body and gathered it on his hands. He did not believe that he, a dignified godly king, could not even pluck a leaf. Come down. Mu Xianglong grabbed the leaf with both hands and fell backward. Plop. A loud thud sounded as Mu Xianglong sat on the ground. However, the leaf in front of him did not move at all. Mu Xianglong was dumbfounded. He sat on the ground and rubbed his head. It felt quite sudden. What are you 2 doing? Xiao Changtian was applying acupuncture on Mu Zhantian when he heard a thud. He turned to look at the 2 of them and found that they hadn't picked a single leaf in half a day. You guys are too slow. Xiao Changtian shook his head and stood up. He walked over and pinched the leaf lightly. Instantly, the leaf was plucked. It was just a leaf. I didn't even use much strength. Xiao Changtian was speechless, but he didn't blame them. He looked at the 2 of them. Their skin was a little green, as if they were sick. He had already decided to treat the 2 of them after he cured Mu Zhantian. All right, I'll go make the ointment. You guys carry him into the house. And Xiao Changtian said lightly and walked into another room. Mu Renjia nodded. Under Yi Fan's lead, he carried Mu Zhantian into the room. Mu Xianglong, on the other hand, was sizing up the courtyard from the corner of his eyes. Just like that, he sized him up. Suddenly, he saw God King Black Heaven, God King Red Cloud, and a bunch of godly kings. No, it was a bunch of godly kings who were currently being pulverized. Not only was he seriously hitting the dust, but he was also being scolded by a Mahayana realm cultivator and whipped with a small leather whip. Do you know how to hit the ash? You don't even know this? You poured the water out. If you can't even see it, how are you going to use it later? I can't take it anymore. Go to the side. Elder Zhu Yi was furious. He kicked God King Red Cloud's butt. God King Red Cloud flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell into the pit. However, even so, God King Red Cloud smiled awkwardly and quickly agreed. I was wrong. I'll have to trouble Big Brother building one with my problem. God King Red Cloud hurriedly apologized with a smile. As for the other godly kings by the side, each and every one of them was as silent as cicadas in winter, hurriedly burying their heads in hard work. Hiss! Mu Xianglong sucked in a breath of cold air. These were the experts of the God King Palace. Even in the entire divine world, they were famous existences. But now, they were being reduced to ashes. Moreover, he was kicked in the butt by a cultivator of the Mahayana realm and did not dare to fight back at all. Are you looking at me? First Elder Zhu Yi looked over and frowned. No. Mu Xianglong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at. It was as if an extremely dangerous aura had enveloped him, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Senior is truly terrifying. Mu Xianglong was terrified. Senior had actually captured a large group of godly kings and turned them into ashes. No wonder even his disciple was so powerful. He quickly retracted his gaze and stood properly in the courtyard. Sigh, Flying Dragon? Have you returned to normal? Come and dust it. Quick. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hurry up and come. Black Sky Divine King saw Mu Xianglong and hurriedly shouted. His relationship with Mu Xianglong was still relatively good. Dust? Mu Xianglong was slightly stunned. Chapter 223 Chapter 223 Only by moving bricks seriously can you have a future rally. Chapter 223 Only by moving bricks seriously can you have a future rally. Hurry up, it's good to dust it. Elder Zhui, he's my friend. Let him dust as well. God King Black Heaven pleaded with Elder Zhu. Okay, then come over. Elder Zhu said impatiently. All right. God King Black Sky bowed and said gratefully. Then he ran over and grabbed Mu Xianglong, asking him to come and dust him. I don't want to dust. Mu Xianglong hurriedly refused. He was a dignified godly king. When had he done such a thing? Moreover, he still had to be beaten. This kind of thing could not be done. However, Black Sky Divine King directly grabbed his arm. It was not up to him at all. A huge force directly restrained him. Even if Mu Xianglong wanted to resist, he suddenly realized that he could not resist at all. He was like a baby in front of the Black Heaven Divine King. What's going on? Wasn't he at the same realm as God King Black Heaven? Mu Xianglong was shocked inwardly. Their cultivation realms were about the same, but he actually felt that he had no strength to resist in front of the Black Heaven Divine King now. Are you carrying bricks, or are you doing ash, or are you doing carpentry? Elder Zhui asked as he dusted the dust off. I'll carry the bricks. Mu Xianglong was helpless. With the Black Sky Divine King restraining him, he had no way to leave. Moreover, Elder Zhu gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if he did not do something, he would be kicked out like God King Hong Yun in the next moment. He glanced at it. It was too dirty to be a carpenter. Moving bricks looked simpler. Moving bricks? You actually want to move bricks? Do you know how difficult it is to carry bricks? God King Black Heaven was shocked. Even the other godly kings beside him raised their heads and looked at Mu Xianglong in surprise. Flying Dragon, moving bricks is the hardest here. One don't even know how to move bricks, so don't make the wrong choice. That's right, you can't move that brick. You'd better follow us and fight the dust. It's the easiest, don't ask for trouble. Many god kings by the side began to dissuade him. That brick was made by the furnace that Senior had personally built in the Great Sun Sect. They couldn't even move a single brick. I'll carry bricks. Mu Xianglong shook his head. They were both working for a senior, so what was the difference? Weren't those Mahayana realm experts at the side also moving bricks? He even spent 100 yuan to move it. He was a godly king after all. What could he not do? All right then, you can move the bricks. Elder Zhu said indifferently. He directly commanded God King Black Heaven and the others to speed up the dust. Sigh. The other godly kings only sighed and silently picked up their tools to continue to dust. Moving bricks was not something an ordinary person could do. If he doesn't listen, we can't do anything about it. God King Black Heaven shook his head and then ignored Mu Xianglong and started to dust silently. The one in charge of moving the bricks was Third Elder Zhu. He glanced at Mu Xianglong and shook his head. No, you can't move bricks. You're too weak. Am I too weak? Mu Xianglong was shocked. A Deshang expert actually said that he was weak. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a senior's small courtyard, he would have already flared up. That's right. If you don't believe me, try lifting this brick in front of you. Third Elder Zhu said. Let's move. Mu Xianglong was also furious. Wasn't it just moving bricks? What couldn't he do? After saying that, he bent his waist and grabbed the red brick on the ground. He looked contemptuous and was about to pick it up. But the next second, he was surprised to find that he did not pick up the red brick. Take it. The third elder stared at him and said calmly. Mu Xianglong frowned. He actually couldn't lift a brick. He was a dignified god king. My hand slipped just now. Mu Xianglong quibbled. Then he rolled up his sleeves and hugged the brick with both hands. All the strength in his body gathered in his hands. "Rise!" he shouted in a deep voice and exerted strength with both hands. The claw began to slowly rise. However, the speed at which he lifted it up was extremely slow. After a full 15 minutes, he was only 10 centimeters above the ground. Heavy! An indescribable heaviness made it hard for Mu Xianglong to breathe. He had never thought that a brick could be so heavy. The weight of this brick was even heavier than the weight of the dragon, subduing wood and king pine combined. How is that possible? Mu Xianglong's face revealed a look of disbelief. He felt that this brick was comparable to a top-notch immortal artifact. If he just turned around and smashed down, he felt that even a godly king would be heavily injured. "You're so slow, you can't even lift a brick." Third Elder couldn't stand it anymore. He took the red brick and threw it into the basket on Emperor Gord's back. "Hee, brother, you can't even lift a brick. You're really not suitable for doing this." Emperor Gord smiled as he carried a basket of several hundred red bricks on his back. Then he shrugged and lifted the wicker basket up. Then he carried the wicker basket on his back and left. This? Mu Xianglong stood rooted to the ground, his entire person petrified. The red brick that he couldn't lift was actually taken away so easily by someone else? He was dumbfounded. The key point was that the person in front of him was still a mere Mahayana realm. The Mahayana realm that he looked down on at all. "I can't even carry bricks?" Mu Xianglong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. As a divine king, this was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a huge blow. "You'd better go and collect dust. You can't carry bricks." Third Elder said casually. Moving bricks here was a big deal. If someone didn't work hard, it would delay the construction of the senior's small courtyard. Senior had promised to give everyone another painting. Where could he find such a good opportunity to obtain a peerless opportunity by moving bricks? This was just like how an ordinary mortal would be given such a good thing as long as he worked hard for a period of time and was given countless wealth. "No, I want to move bricks." Mu Xianglong shook his head. He suddenly understood why God King Black Heavens suddenly surpassed him in terms of realm. Now, it seemed that there was only one reason. Dust. Because of the dust, the Black Heaven Divine King's divine essence was even more condensed. This was an opportunity to become stronger. He could not fall behind. He believed that as long as he carried bricks seriously, his future would definitely be bright. It was even possible to take advantage of the opportunity to move bricks and advance to the God Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Mu Xianglong was even more determined in his heart. He must move bricks, and he must spare no effort to move bricks seriously. Only in this way could he have the brightest future. Chapter 224, Chapter 224. Let the Sea King pick up girls first. _1. Chapter 224. Let the Sea King pick up girls first. _1. In the end, under Mu Xianglong's pleading, the third elder reluctantly agreed. In the end, he gave him a workload of moving one more brick every day. "Yes, I will definitely work hard to move bricks and strive to become a qualified bricklayer as soon as possible." Mu Xianglong replied with a serious expression, his eyes burning. It was filled with determination. "Good luck." Emperor Gord returned with a basket of red bricks and did not forget to cheer for Mu Xianglong. Just like that, Mu Xianglong officially joined the brick-moving team. On the other side, Xiao Changtian took out a few pills and went around to find a green-haired turtle to peel off some shells. However, when he came to the pool, he suddenly found that the old dirty turtle was gone again. Moreover, not only was the old dirty turtle gone, even Fatty Rong Rong and Monkey were gone. "All right, these three, come back and see how one deal with you," Xiao Changtian said angrily, his face filled with anger. These three animals were making him worry every day. What if he was eaten by others when he went out? "When you come back, build a cage and lock the three of them up." Xiao Changtian's eyes lit up. He had already thought of a way. At the same time, Divine Realm. Fatty Rong Rong, who was flying in the air, suddenly shivered, directly falling to the ground. The green-haired turtle and monkey were exceptions. They had just sensed an extremely cold aura. As the cold aura fell, they felt the true essence in their bodies stagnate, and they could not even move. Damned Fatty, what happened to you? This king fell to his death. Monkey cursed, but his expression was extremely solemn. The green-haired turtle next to him retracted its head and trembled. Why do I feel like Master wants to punish us? Black Tortoise's voice trembled. No way, Master realized that we're not here? What should we do? Monkey immediately collapsed on the spot. The fat Rong Rong heard this and also curled up into a ball, not daring to move an inch under the big tree. Hey, there's a ugly turtle, a panda, and a monkey. Butler, this is interesting. At this moment, a mocking voice rang out. The person who came was a handsome young master. His entire body was filled with a luxurious aura. One look and one could tell that he was from a large sect and came from a large faction. An old man followed behind him. The old man didn't say anything. He just stared at the three animals with disdain. On his shoulder was a red-robed woman who was tied up and unconscious. Ah, they must have been frightened by my aura. The handsome young master sneered, his face filled with arrogance. Hee, this ugly turtle is perfect for me to use to make soup and nourish my primordial young. As he said that, the handsome young man stretched out his hand. A palm print condensed in the air and grabbed at the green-haired turtle in front of him. At this moment, the black tortoise, who was hiding in its turtle shell, heard that someone actually dared to call it an ugly turtle and even wanted to stew it into soup. She thought that it was Chang Tian and was shocked. However, when he saw that the person in front of him was not Xiao Chang'an, he was instantly enraged and shouted, "This Sea King is currently annoyed by the current situation. You're courting death." After saying that, the green-haired turtle was furious. Behind him, a huge black tortoise Dharma idol instantly appeared. The moment the black tortoise Dharma idol appeared, it could shake the earth. The huge black tortoise Dharma idol was level with the sky. Its 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky, and endless seawater flowed around it. Roar! The black tortoise let out an angry roar. In an instant, a terrifying aura crushed over like a mountain. Boom! The palm print that the handsome young master grabbed was instantly shattered. What is it? Black tortoise! Seeing this scene, the handsome young master was stunned. How could he have expected that the turtle in front of him was actually the divine beast black tortoise? Young master, let's go. The old man threw the red-robed woman to the ground and grabbed the handsome young master's shoulder at an extremely fast speed. He used a spatial escape talisman with the handsome young master and was about to escape. However, how could Black Tortoise let them run? You still want to run? Can you run? The Black Tortoise snorted coldly and a green light instantly shattered the surrounding space. What is it? The entire space was shattered? The old man was shocked. He realized that although he had activated the spatial escape talisman, the space was shattered. He had no way to escape. Damn it! The old man cried out in shock. Helplessly, he could only burn his true essence and leave the handsome young master behind. He turned into a wisp of smoke and fled instantly. Butler, save me! Seeing the butler leave, the handsome young master's eyes revealed an expression of utter despair. He saw the green light falling towards him. His field of vision was completely covered in green. Soon after, they turned into ashes. Black Tortoise's anger gradually subsided, and the woman in red rolled in front of him. This girl is pretty enough. The Black Tortoise looked at the woman in red's face. It was white and flawless, like a piece of fine jade. As she breathed, mountains rose and fell, causing the old dirty turtle's eyes to widen. Boss, shouldn't we be thinking about how to deal with Master's punishment? Fatty Rong Rong walked over and asked curiously. To deal with Master's punishment? Black Tortoise asked in confusion. That's right. Fatty Rong Rong nodded. Don't tell me we're trying to find a way to get out of here? The black tortoise shook its head. I won't. Fatty Rong Rong pondered. Then it settled. Since master is sure of punishing me, then let's put the punishment aside. Let me get this beauty in front of me first and then dump her, ha. The old dirty turtle said with a smile. Fatty Rong Rong could only nod her head in a half-understanding manner, while Monkey collapsed on the treetops, his face revealing a look of disdain. Boring. What's so interesting about women? I'm going to play with monkeys. Monkey instantly disappeared from where he was. This damn monkey, how does he know the fun of picking up girls? He won't understand even if I tell him. The dirty old turtle shook his head. Then, he raised one of his legs and placed it on the forehead of the woman in red. In an instant, a green light lit up. Buzz! The green light enveloped the woman in red. The next moment, the unconscious woman in red slowly opened her eyes. Where is this place? The woman opened her eyes and looked around. Then, she saw a black tortoise stepping on her head with one leg. Oh, a monster! What an ugly monster! The woman in red was so frightened that she woke up. She stood up and ran 10 meters away in a hurry before stopping. Chapter 225, Chapter 225. Chapter 225 Breaking the Heavens with Us. Chapter 225. Chapter 225 Breaking the Heavens with the West Gate. Black Tortoise was speechless. Beauty, although you're pretty, that's not a reason for you to call me ugly. If you have a problem with your taste, one suggests you take a good look at me. The old dirty turtle said speechlessly. That's right. Our boss is so handsome that he's the most handsome man in the world. Can't you tell? The fat Rong Rong said indignantly for the old dirty turtle. The jade tree, Lin Feng. The woman in red was stunned. She let the wind blow her long hair, and her entire body became messy in the wind. This was the first time she saw someone. No, there was no panda that could make such an ugly turtle look so handsome. Beauty, this sea king saved you. Even if you don't know how to repay kindness, you should at least repay it with your body. The green-haired turtle hopped and instantly arrived in front of the red-dressed beauty. Ah! Seeing this, the woman in red was so frightened that she retreated another 10 meters and screamed, "Don't come over!" You! The dirty old turtle was completely speechless. You were saved by my boss. If it wasn't for my boss, you would have been captured by the people before. The fat Rong Rong stood in front of the red-robed woman with her hands on her waist, stretching out a claw as she angrily said. Looking at the chubby Rong Rong's adorable appearance, the red-clothed woman finally regained her calm, frowning. It was really you guys who saved me. Then where did Shimin-Ching go? And his butler? Of course he was killed by my boss. That kid dared to offend my boss. Fatty Rong Rong continued. The dirty old turtle jumped once more, landing on top of the fat Rong Rong's head, his face showing a proud expression. He was already prepared to receive the gratitude of the woman in red. However, he did not hear the words of gratitude. Instead, he saw the woman in red's terrified expression. She covered her mouth in disbelief. All of you, did he really kill Eastern Green Gate? It's over. Immediately, the woman in red sat on the ground and burst into tears. Her fair face was covered in tears. It's over, it's over, it's all over. If Shimin-Ching dies, the entire Shimin family will be mobilized to wipe out our village. The red-dressed woman cried as she spoke, her voice filled with despair. Beauty, don't cry. Let this sea king take you back. Where is your village? The old dirty turtle looked at the red-clothed woman crying and comforted her. On the other side, the Shimin family. This was a powerful clan of the Xian Luo immortal continent. Within the clan, there was a god-king ancestor overseeing it. Hence, the entire Shimin clan was incomparably tyrannical. Patriarch, bad news, bad news. The butler is seriously injured. A servant ran into the hall, which was filled with an eerie atmosphere. What? At the head of the table, a furious middle-aged man frowned. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent condensed, and the servant was so frightened that he fell to the ground. "Bring the butler, Indiana," the middle-aged man said in a cold and anxious voice. He was Shimin Qing's father, the head of the entire Shimin family, Lord de Qian, Invincible Shimin. In the next moment, the butler was covered in injuries and blood. He even ran back with a broken arm. "Patriarch, it's not good. We encountered a black tortoise. The black tortoise is too strong. I risked my life to protect the young master, but the young master was still captured by the black tortoise. One don't know if he's dead or alive. Young master asked me to come back and report." The butler knelt on the ground and sobbed. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Invincible Westgate's reaction. In reality, he had caused all of his injuries. Even his broken left arm had been chopped off by himself. This was the only way to avoid being killed by Invincible Westgate. The butler didn't say anything about Shimin Qing's death. He only said that Shimin Qing had been captured by Xuanwu. What? When Booby Shimin heard this, he was instantly furious. A powerful aura spread out from his body. He stared coldly at the butler in front of him and asked angrily, "What exactly happened? Explain everything to me." "Yes, sir." Feeling Shimin Buble's anger, the butler quickly explained everything that had happened before he was injured. "Good, very good. It's just a small village. If I don't kill him, then kill the black tortoise and get justice for my son." Booby Shimin immediately summoned his men and was about to set off. "Wait a minute." At this moment, a voice rang out. Immediately, everyone saw a white-haired man holding a bouquet of red almonds suddenly appear from the space. "Ancestor?" "Greetings, Ancestor." Seeing this person, everyone present knelt down one after another with extremely respectful expressions. Even Invincible Westgate bowed. "Let me go. One want to move around too." Shimin Patian said. "That's great. Old Ancestor, if you make a move, Qing, will definitely be saved." Invincible Shimin was instantly overjoyed. The old ancestor was at the Divine King realm. That was the most powerful existence in the divine world at present. No one was a match for the old ancestor. "Okay, 1 foot 11 inches go too." Shimin Patian smiled faintly. Looking at Shimin Potion's departing figure, everyone present had respectful expressions as they shouted in unison. "Farewell, Ancestor." Only the butler, who was kneeling on the ground, had a flash of anxiety in his eyes. He prayed in his heart, "One hope the Ancestor is not a match for that dirty old turtle. Otherwise, I'm dead." In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian finished preparing the ointment and smeared it on Mu Zhantian's body. Mu Zhantian's entire body began to recover. Even his broken arm, which had been compressed into a bloody mist, was reassembling at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Senior, isn't this too unbelievable?" Mu Renjia looked on from the side with a surprised expression. "It was unbelievable. It's just the. However, this is my first time trying such a method," Xiao Changtian said lightly. Then he waved his hand and yawned. "Alright, I'm tired. 1 foot 11 inches go take a nap first. You guys just wait." After saying that, Xiao Changtian was about to lie down on the rocking chair. It was at this moment that he remembered that he had refined some medicine that could treat Mu Renjia's green skin disease. "Take this and make it into water yourself. After taking it, it will take effect within 15 minutes. After Xiao Changtian finished his instructions, he lay down on the rocking chair and took a nap. "Drink it in water?" Mu Renjia looked at the black pill in his hand with a puzzled expression. He wasn't sick, so why did Senior give him the pill? However, he didn't dare to disobey. He took out a small bowl, washed the medicine, and swallowed it. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.